Hello, and welcome to Podpack RPGs. Today, we're going to be playing a narrative set in the Dishonored universe called In the Empire, using a system made by me and my friends, which is in great part based on the World of Darkness's 20th year anniversary edition systems. I am Bamboy, and I will be your storyteller. I have with me my players and my close friends, starting with Lizz. Can you tell us who you are and a little bit about who you're playing?
Hello, I'm Liz. I am playing uh a slightly thief kind of character. Her name is Molly. She is a street performer that travels across the aisle, spreading just joy through music and performance.
Fantastic.
That's it.
Next, we have Five. Can you tell us a little bit about who you'll be playing?
Hi, I'm Five. I'll be playing Volcan Lien, who is a Tibian gangster, and I will be using that French accent. Uh, he's he's on quite a mission right now to undo a curse of his.
Thank you. And lastly, we have Littleman. Can you tell us a little bit about who you'll be playing?
Yeah, hey, I'm Littleman, and I'll be playing Ambrose, the current standing Royal Protector of Dunwall.
Fantastic. Then, with all that said, we can go straight into the story. We start on a cold night in Dunwall. It is sparse with light, and what is there only illuminates the silhouettes of the many different closely packed houses, buildings, and even small skyscrapers. But standing out above uh, the city line by far is the palace, the royal palace, the Dunwall clock tower, and some of the more recent buildings that have been made only in the last decade after the fall of the usurper Delilah and the ensuing prosperity that Empress Emily Caldwin brought forward, allowing for such architectural marvels. But our camera flies past this. It flies through cities lit by dull incandescent bulbs and torchlight. It flies far and quick until it reaches a window where it abruptly stops. And we see up on the tall, maybe attic story of a building, far from where we started, there is a room sparse with any furniture, maybe a single couch with a sheet thrown over it. But someone still makes this their home. We see a woman dressed in flowing garbs, adorned with small bells, small trinkets, but the fabrics are made with an obvious quality and purpose to them. This is Molly, and we see her tuning with something that resembles a screwdriver, a magnificent machine, some kind of block of metal with too many parts to really understand exactly what it could be used for. It looks something like a backpack with straps that looks like it could be strapped onto you with, but its mechanism is hard to discern until we see Molly crank it, and the machine makes a small rhythm. We see Molly's smile for a brief second before they go to reach another tool. However, just as they do, we see from behind them, through the window, casts a powerful, powerful white light. And we see as Molly turns to it, holding up her hand as if a spotlight is being flashed through her window. And we hear behind her the massive music box begin making a dissonant sound. As something in it breaks, possessed of a force of its own, being somehow played when no one's there. Next, we snap. It's cold. Snow is coming down gently, as it always is here on the cobblestone streets. The architecture is different. it is much more sparse and it is a lot more dark. However, there is a stone marvel, a building with powerful pillars, and bordered on it says the Tivian Bank in calligraphy that is pressed into copper. We see around it there are rail cars with floodlights and men holding guns. They seem to have some kind of badge on their jackets, heavy for the snow. They formed a half circle around the center or around the entrance of the bank. And as our camera looks up, we see kicking open the door with 2 bags full of ill-begotten goods with big money signs on them is Volcan, dressed in his magnificent attire, always one to take the scene if he is to be seen. And we see as every police officer in recognition seizes, holds their gun, starts shouting, "Give it up, Midas! We got you surrounded!" And unfazed by what is no doubt not his first time confronting the police alone, Midas begins walking despite their orders, with his arms out, holding the money, as if to tell them to give him his best shot. Before maybe the sergeant calls out to fire, there is a loud boom as all of the police officers look to their left and then up, as the entire street is cast in a white, pale, powerful light, as if a spotlight or some explosion of mercury and phosphorus has cast a flashbang over the whole city. They raise up their eyes. Some of them scream. Some of them run away from what they're seeing. One just raises up his pistol and begins shooting at whatever is making the light. And then it subsides ever so gently. And when someone looks back to where Volcan just was, Midas is gone. Next, we're back in Dunwall. The camera flies up to the silhouette of the royal palace. We see movement across its roofs, across the magnificent tiled platforms. We see as Emily Caldwin, a little bit older than when she's portrayed in the games, maybe in her late 20s, is climbing up one of the vault points from rooftop to rooftop. And as she goes to lift herself up, having both her hands on the ledge that she's grappling, a hand reaches down and she takes it. The hand pulls her up, and we see, with a smile on his face, with all the joy in his eyes to see Emily here, the Lord Protector, Ambrose. They begin to walk, holding the hand that they have joined. And they make it to a spot that they've been many times before. It is a blanket laid out underneath a small roof so as not to get wet. There is some wine kept here, a few provisions, as this is where they often elope to get away from it all. And from here, we see the beautiful Dunwall skyline. They sit down, and Emily seems to finally be able to relax. She sighs as if she's just made it somewhere she can finally be comfortable. And she looks out at all of the buildings. And she says, "Some days I forget. This helps ground me. It's not easy. But I do it for all of this. For all of them." Gesturing at the greater city that she lords over. She looks over at Ambrose. And she says, looking into his eyes lovingly, "I do it, of course, because of you. You give me the strength." And then as Ambrose goes to say something in response, there is a massive boom that shakes the earth. And there is a pale white light that is cast over everything, over Ambrose, over Emily, and they look over to it, Ambrose ready to draw his weapon for whatever might be happening. And they look up, and up, and they see the source of the light. It's a second moon, 100 times closer than ours, massive in the sky. It looks absolutely ginormous. It looks like it is falling into the atmosphere of Earth itself. You can see the various details of its geography. You can see the craters and the mountains. And you can see the powerful light that lasts for a few moments before subsiding. Emily looks to Ambrose. Looking at this, she looks panicked, afraid. She doesn't know what's happening. And for a moment, maybe Ambrose looks afraid too, but ready. And as she looks over, in Ambrose, you see this look in Emily's face, her expression of fear. You blink, and you're not on the roof anymore. You're in a podium. It's a podium you recognize. You're still in the palace. It is the monument podium to Jessamine and Corvo. But Emily's there. You can see the same expression in her face, but she's just a child. 11, maybe a little older. And a woman you never met, Jessamine Caldwin, is there with a blade run through her stomach. And you snap again. You're in the palace, the throne room. There are mechanical soldiers and soldiers with unfamiliar colors of a different nation surrounding you. Some witch bitch with too much flour in her attire is casting her hand towards you, and you look down as you see your legs cast in petrifying stone. You look over to Emily, you reach out towards her, and you see the same expression of fear, but this time she is 20 years old maybe. And then with a blink, you're back, right in front of Emily, on the rooftop. She is, as you remember, as you've known her for many years, but there's something standing behind her. Your first instinct to draw is suppressed as you see a skull mask wrapped with this spectral form of some kind of black cloak, belts wrapping it together, underneath it armor. But it all doesn't matter. The silhouette hardly matters because the mask you recognize. The only person that ever wore that metal skull mask. And you're filled with a foreign emotion that maybe at first you don't trust. It's confidence. Sheer confidence. Your attention is brought back. Emily seems completely unaware of this person standing behind her. When Emily says, "Oh my God, Ambrose, your chest!" as she goes and puts hands on your chest to open your shirt ever so slightly, and you see, looking down, this black mark burn itself into your chest as it circles itself around, forming some kind of symbol that you vaguely recognize, but have no idea what it could mean. And when you look back up to see Emily, the figure is gone. All right.
My God.
Dude, I was sitting on those scenes for fucking forever. I was so excited.
Very
I was sick as hell.
nice.
Yeah.
We're going to snap cut to some time later. Ambrose, you were sent by Emily to gather a few individuals of known supernatural ability. She's putting together some kind of squadron, a task force, a brigade, as she calls it, of marked individuals. Since the second moon arisen, civilization has been very on edge. Nothing happened. It didn't fall into the earth. Monsters didn't rise up that night. Everyone saw the sun the next morning. But the moon never left. And even in a full, bright, sunny day, you can see the moon. Massive. Standing over you. So, suffice to say, everybody's been a little fucking freaked. But, they still got work in the morning. Some things you can't ignore.
Yeah, the whales aren't going to kill themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And that's likely been a large part of why Emily is bringing together a group of marked. Of course, you were the man to send for this job. You had 2 targets in mind, and they were both going to be a pain in the ass to get. But after quite a bit of royal investment, time, effort, and research, you have brought together the 2 people you were sent after. We see you all on a skipper. It's a long boat that could fit comfortably about as many people as here right now. Ambrose, Volcan, Molly, and one unnamed guard driver dude that Ambrose trusts.
Indeed.
You are being driven up to the palace. You're on like the waterfront in front of it, specifically up to the waterlock. And you can see this is one of the shore fronts where quite a bit of Navy activity happens. You can see in the distance there are a few whaling ships, some only about one actually full of a whale. They string it up on the top. The other one's empty, going out or coming back without a success. There is a few naval battleships. Battleship's too strong a word. They're gunships. They have guns, but they're definitely not any vanguard unit. And that's you probably came from one of those ships. But when landing, it's much easier to land on a small craft. We see here, standing, first is Ambrose, Littleman. Can you describe what Ambrose looks like?
Of course, at this moment in time, he would probably be wearing some fancy, royal protector type guard that you would expect in such a place of Dunwall. Probably black colors lined in like gold trimmings. His face is sunken in a little bit, almost like his muscles are maybe a bit atrophied or weakened for some reason. So he doesn't stand out in that regard. Almost looks sickly when you look close enough. Hair a medium black color, his eyes a dull green. He stands fairly tall and usually walks around with a sense of confidence, befitting that of his position.
Fantastic. Next, may Molly describe herself.
Sure. Molly is about roughly, I would say 5'4", and she wears well, for the most part, she is covered head to toe. She base colors a lot of the grays underneath. She has a kind of I would think like a petal like skirt where it's not exactly all together. They are individually kind of separate from each other. They are what is it, like ribbons around her waist. A few of them dangle down. Uh, she has a few colors, even though they're slightly dull. She has reds, purples, greens, and blues. Um, she has wrappings around her arms, the same pattern. She does wear a bit of makeup. She paints little hearts on her cheek, and at the very ends of her skirts are these kind of like ornaments, little balls you could say at the tip.
Makes sense. They're more ornaments rather than bells. I was stupid to describe it as
Yeah,
bells.
bells. Yeah, they're too little noisy. But they're like little balls at the end. Oh, brown
Fantastic.
hair. Forgot to mention that. Brown medium-ish hair.
The next, can Midas describe himself?
Sure. Uh, Midas is a relatively tall man, standing about 6 foot, 6'1". He has a very large, thick coat over his shoulders that is being held to each shoulder via a sort of like gold chain connecting the two in front. He seems to be wearing a retired admiral's coat under that. He has long gloves, suit pants, and probably a pair of ankle boots. But wherever skin is poking out, not on his face, but on his neck and in between the gloves and the coat, as well as the boots and the pants, you can see geometric markings. He has long, very long red hair and crimson eyes as well to match the hair. Though his eyes would be hard to see behind this mask that has the mouth of a sort of lion-esque creature, but the top of the mask is just a blind matrix of gold. It's almost like a maze-esque thing that is hard for anyone to see his face behind.
Fantastic.
Hmm.
All right. Thank you, fellas. Ambrose, you're taking them straight to the throne. They were polite enough to not object too much. You suspected that Midas may have been a little bit of a challenge case, seeing as how he's one of the most wanted men across, or at least in Tivia. But surprisingly, for your own reasons, perhaps, you were able to find him and convince him.
I'm cashing in that favor.
You were approaching the waterlock that leads up to the Dunwall Palace. This is well depicted in the games, but I'll do my best to describe it. It is a kind of metal corridor with big pipes sticking out from the left and right sides of it that flow water into this contained chamber as this massive metal door, this really great, closes behind you to make an elevator which can lift up your skiff. And it takes the combined might of a small crew here that is very, very well practiced in doing this, as this is the waterlock leading to the royal palace. It has to function at all times. Nonetheless, it takes them 30 seconds to a minute, as you are doused with bits of spraying water, kind of like going down a water slide at a amusement park almost. Even if you're not going to get completely wet, there's a lot of water in the air. But once you arrive at the top, the small catwalk bridge descends down so you may step off, and you are in the grounds of the royal palace proper. It's going to be a small walk to get to the actual throne room. There's a lot of like switchbacking and stairs and a lot of pretty things to look at. And beautiful architecture and this white stone, as well as guards fucking everywhere. And we see as they all address Ambrose with a salute, and the royal salute, which Ambrose is well deserved, is that you put an arm over your chest and your fist to your heart. As you are walking, if you'd like, you can all talk to each other.
I think it's Volcan, Midas, as his alias, steps down from the skipper. He sort of gestures forward while looking at Ambrose and says, "Please, leads the way."
Ambrose would probably respond. Of course, we are here on some important business. We do not have any time to waste. If you have any questions, I would be more than willing to answer them at this moment.
Well, I am curious as to why I am here.
Well, I'm sure we are all aware of the presence of the second moon that's appeared.
No, I've never
Gonna look to the
noticed.
other two.
Just full sass
Anyway.
from Midas.
Yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, with the presence of the second moon, there are rumors, talking, even a bit of panic running amongst the people. And even amongst us, truth be told, we still do not know exactly what it means or what it is there for. That is why I was tasked with bringing together powerful individuals of special powers to perhaps find a way to deal with this or figure out exactly what it means.
Fair enough.
You make way. You see the beautiful royal gardens that are well tended to, even by the staff here now. You see a ever sorrowful monument. It's a stone gazebo in amongst many beautiful flowers, and it seems as if there is a head plaque made within the structure of it. And unless Ambrose goes out of his way to show you, which he's not, it would be hard to tell, but you could at least make out the name Jessamine, and it seems to be a second name written alongside it that you couldn't make out. You make it
I
to
think
the. Go on.
I was gonna say I think Molly would do a whistle. I can't do the whistle because I know my mic won't pick it up.
Oh yeah,
She
like an impress
definitely
whistle.
she looks around how beautiful this place is. She loves flowers, but she can't touch them.
Yeah,
Allergy, you know.
pollen season. It's
Pollen's a
horrible.
bitch, you know.
Mm,
There are some weird looks from the guards who are pointedly on guard. In fact, many of the names that Ambrose knows and amongst the guard regiment just begin following you. Like, whatever the fuck is going on is not as important as following you. So by the time you make it to the door, it's a big double door you got to push open. There's two fine guards, gentlemen, in like full regalia there to open it for you. You have a small crew of like 6 fellas behind you that are just walking behind Ambrose.
mm.
And it might occur to Midas that if someone could ever have convinced you to walk like face first into the bear trap, it would be Ambrose, and it would look like this. It's a very beautiful bear trap, though. As you see, there are wonderful tapestries of fine silks and beautiful, vibrant dyes depicting various noble houses of Dunwall. Of course, the Caldwell lineage having the most, or not Caldwell, a Caldwin, having the most emphasis put onto it. There is a single throne at the end of a long red carpet, which sits, no doubt, the most famous woman in the Empire, Emily Caldwin, the sitting empress. She is in a very nice shirt and pants combo. It is not the same level of like dress that you would expect from other noble women. It is much more practical. It's still very, very nice, but it is pragmatic clothes that looks like she can move well in, and maybe even hide something on her person. Nonetheless, she still
Uh,
wears the crown.
yeah.
Go on.
I think Midas would, he would do his introduction of, being as respectful as he can. He does the bow and says, "It is a pleasure, Your Majesty. So I must
Midas.
say it is not the greatest pleasure to find an assassin at my doorstep."
Oh well, Ambrose is only an assassin if he can't first be a diplomat.
Fair enough.
She goes and like holds out a hand for you, Ambrose, as if you are not to stop with them and is to come to her, come to by her side.
Ambrose would oblige and move up towards Emily and take the hand.
There's one other person who I failed to mention, maybe the second most important person in this room, next to Emily on her other side. There is a man dressed in gray, what looks like almost sailor attire, pretty low end, not peasantry. It's not like he's wearing rags, but they're definitely not the most pressed clothes either. They're held together by rope and thread. He has a kind of sunken-in expression, short brown hair, these very dark eyes. They almost seem to have a very dark shade of brown. Uh, Molly can recognize the outsider. Volcan can recognize the outsider. Ambrose, do you have any occult?
Well, you know what they say.
You know what? You can
Sometimes you
recognize
just ain't the
you can
right man
recognize
for
the
the
outsider.
job.
Yeah, I think with Jack of all trades you have one, and you have other reasons to
Technically.
recognize the outsider.
Mhm.
The outsider, at least the guy that everyone paints as the outsider, is standing right next to Emily, and she seems not the least bit perturbed.
What the fuck?
There's a big smile on Molly's face. Uh, of course, Molly would also bow to the Empress, give respect. So, what is the true pleasure, ma'am, for today? She kind of like is excited to kind of now be here.
Well, I was informed that by one of my key advisors that it would be a very good idea to bring together a small group of particularly talented people. And she looks over at the outsider and she says, these will suffice, right? And we can see as the outsider who looks way more like just some nerd, like as you're getting a proper appraisal of him, he's not flying, he doesn't have weird god powers emanating from him. It looks like you kind of just like he could break in a
Some
stiff
dude,
wind. Yeah.
dude. Yeah, some dude.
Oh my god, I figured it out.
He looks and he praises all of you, starting with Molly, who he smiles at, uh, and then going over to Volcan, who he just like stares at for a moment as if trying to get a judge of your character.
Good luck seeing me through the mask.
Yeah, you get the impression that he's trying to.
Yeah, no. After kneeling, he's already standing back up, both hands on his cane, standing tall.
Proud.
Yeah.
We see him look over at Ambrose. He meets Ambrose. What is Ambrose's expression?
I didn't know about this, right?
No, you did not know
Okay.
that he was an advisor, or that he'd be here, or that she wouldn't be
All
bothered.
right. I know exactly what the fuck is going on here, Bamboy. I figured it out. I pieced your little puzzles together. Ambrose, he definitely just kind of stares. Maybe he's just silent as he stares with a confused look on his face. Maybe there's something else there. He's not sure what to think about this. Truth be told.
He meets your expression with a tone of seriousness. There's almost a recognition of the complexity in your expression, and then he looks past you and he nods. He looks back to you, and then he turns away.
Unable to beat his curiosity, as he turns away, Ambrose definitely peeks over his shoulder, not sure what he was staring at.
You look over your shoulder. You don't see anything, but you feel like something is there. You feel like you're being watched. You feel like that there's something there. But as you consider this emotion, at first it starts foreign, and it definitely triggers your just general alertness. But
Okay.
as you consider it, it almost seems like it shapes in reaction to your recognition of it. It shapes into that of a vigilant protector. It shapes into a feeling that you haven't felt in a while, and you're not certain where you can place it, but it is an utter protection. And then it leaves you.
He sits on that feeling and silently thinks about it to himself.
Maybe with enough thought, you'll be able to think, when was the last time you felt that?
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, and now let the
Yeah.
spy master Alcahest do what he's got to do.
the spy master looks back. All right, fuck, god damn it.
I fucking know who this
The
is.
outsider looks back, and he says, "Yes, these will all do quite well." She nods. I completely agree. All right then. You will all be brought together as a group, a kind of supernatural defense force, let's say. There is a rising number of threats, extraworldly, supernatural, paranormal threats that plight the various isles all over. And while the Abbey men do a very good job they're still a blunt instrument. I need agents capable of a little bit of finesse. And she smiles. You hear.
You
Sorry, go on.
you brought me here to be your jump dog, your attack dog.
I brought you here to bring betterment to the people of the Isles. And I have it on good authority that that is something that I can pay you to do.
That you can't see it behind his mask, but an eyebrow raises. His you can see in his body language, his whole tone is going to change with that. Well, it is a good price. Then so be it.
I'm so glad that we could. And as she says that, you hear a commotion from outside. It sounds like shouting. And
What the fuck?
she looks over at Ambrose and she says, "Do you know what that is?" And as she says that, the doors get thrown open again with a great deal of force. A retinue of the city watch, the royal guards, the same men that Ambrose works with, come in. They flood in as if something terrible has happened. Their swords are drawn. They seem fierce, as if ready for a fight. You're not ready for what leads them. At the front is a gentleman that you have recently come to be familiar with. He is known as the Lord Protector Ambrose. He
What?
leads these men. You see
Huh?
yourself, Ambrose. Yourself, a perfect image of you,
Ambrose
leading
is
these men.
completely caught off guard. He's like halfway drawing his blade, but he gets choked up in the last second as he sees himself walk in, and for a moment he kind of loses himself, unsure of what the fuck's going on, before he quickly moves in front of Emily, only knowing that if this is happening, it can't be anything good.
Molly, to your side, the outsider stands for a moment and he just says, "It seems to be beginning. Good luck out there."
He kind of turns to the side and just like nods, and then she is gonna get ready to what the fuck is gonna about to happen.
You hear as the other Ambrose points at Emily, and he says with Ambrose's voice, he would say, "Emily, get away from him! He's an imposter! Men, seize them!"
What manner of
now-
sorcery is this?
And upon that
Do not
command,
listen to this fake!
Emily looks over at you with bewilderment, not sure what to believe. All she manages, she rises up as, "What is the meaning of this?" As she rises up, the anti-Ambrose whips something out from under his cloak. It seems to be some kind of handheld gun-esque thing, but it glows far too blue, and it shouldn't spin. The revolving cylinder inside shouldn't be like some kind of gyroscope. As he levels it at Emily, and there is a flash, and there's a crack of energy that flies across the throne room. We see as Ambrose, the player, jumps in front of it as best he can to try and protect Emily, to try and tackle her to the floor, put himself in between it or the blast. In the blast, we see arcing in slow motion, light like a lightning bolt, jumping from point to point through the air, twisting around the various soldiers, twisting through the air, and it is too fast for Ambrose as it zaps Emily, and she disappears.
Oh,
Wha-
Uh-oh.
Ambrose, he's too late. He probably like just gets where the bullet would have gone, and then he looks over to where Emily was and sees nothing there, and he's stunned. He just stares.
Bamboy, feel free to say no to this. No to it working. But after seeing that, Volcan would immediately take measures. He would try to petrify the gun.
As you can, that can actually you would go to. He's a little bit too far away from you, as there's too many people in between you and him for it to work immediately. And if you had more time, maybe you would. But what happens immediately next stops you. He then says, his eyes meet with yours, Ambrose, and you're looking at yourself. But the expression that you're seeing on your counterpart is humor mixed in with a vengeance, a spiteful pleasure. and he just says, "If you want her back, you'll find me." And he seems to turn the same device that he used on her on himself, and fires, and he disappears.
Ambrose definitely tries and lunges towards him as he whips out his foldable blade, trying to just do anything, even if he's too late.
The men you walked in with, the 6 men, seem to be siding with you, whereas the men that other Ambrose walked in with, which is a lot more, are siding with him. It seems as if everybody here thinks they're on the right side, but they have to kill each other because of it, and they immediately start.
Classic. Classic. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to go straight into initiative as you are surrounded by a small force that is going to try and bring you down.
What?
Yeah.
What? What?
You know, I thought this was a trap, and I was right, but I didn't think it would be
Shit.
like this. This is more complicated than expected.
I am flabbergasted, to say the least.
Yeah, I was fucking
Well,
waiting
shit.
for that. I was waiting for just to walk in on the outsider, and then I was just immediately going to teleport her away.
Ambrose clenches his blade with pure rage as he stares to those who have betrayed the crown and raises it towards them. Okay, let me roll initiative for you. Okay. 4.
The ones. It's all coming back to me. Hey.
Just structuring initiative here, and then for Ambrose has 6 dexterity, right?
Yes.
Okay, that he will go before Molly, unless Molly also has 6.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you have 6 dexterity?
6? No. I only have 5.
Okay.
Wait.
Then this is what initiative looks
Yeah.
like. Starting with Midas. You are surrounded by a bunch of city watch fellas, guards, as you've dealt with guards before. They're all the same. They have pistols, blades. Maybe the better ones have helmets and body armor.
You know, it feels weird being on your side for once. So, looking across to the other guards, not too weird. I'm going to sorry, let me find Kraken's grasp real quick.
Even when you're working with the Empire, you're fighting the Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These bastards
Great.
dare betray the crown.
All right. I'm gonna attack with Kraken's grasp first.
Sure thing.
So that's gonna be int plus dex. No, sorry, not dex. Melee. Int plus melee.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try and block you with their basic broadsword.
All right. And they can flip and drop.
That is
Let's
not
see.
a fucking roll. That's just a dice amount.
I don't remember.
Work.
Right. What is the expertise again? Like I have an E here. That means expertise, and I can never remember what that does.
I'm not certain
From
for
your
your
merit.
attacking.
I believe it's from his
for skill.
merit.
Yeah.
Because you took, what was it, Tibia and Talent?
Yeah, I believe so.
I can double
Yes.
check that for you. I think it has something to do with 1 mitigation, but I'll double check for you. System.
When you roll abilities you have an expertise in, a 1 in your roll becomes a success. Okay.
Yeah.
I have difficulty 4 for this. That's gonna be 11 to hit, Bam.
Yeah, I got 2.
Okay.
So yeah, you're going to hit. Please do detail how you strike at these guardsmen.
All right. Let me roll damage real quick. Flourishing his cane that has an octopus head on the top, in silver, and traveling down the length of the cane are its tentacles. With a quick flourish and a whipping motion, the tentacles seem to come to life as they whip out at the guards, striking from different directions, but all hitting mostly just targets that are grouped together.
Are you making any effort to be lethal or non-lethal?
You know, no one's told him otherwise. But he hasn't killed anyone yet, and he'll try to stick to that. So I'm gonna go with non-lethal for now.
Fantastic, no problem. You'll leave them as ruined heaps. As yes, a good few men collapse to the power of your magical weapon as they are caught off guard by such unconventional means.
That's gonna be 8 damage. I have Pierce 2 and Crush 2 on this.
8 damage. Okay, so then you pierce that. And then, okay. Fantastic. Accounted for. And they are marked with the Kraken's Grasp.
Nice. And that is my turn, I believe.
After that, it is Ambrose's turn.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know. Your world just kind of came down crashing onto you.
Let me get some French rock going.
Do I
French punk
recognize these soldiers?
Yes, you know all these men. You know that they're good serving men that would follow you or someone that had your voice and looked like you to the end.
I got right there. You just celebrated his birthday like the other day.
Yeah.
Too.
You know really awkward details about these guys that make it incredibly hard to just cut them down in mass. That being said,
Ambrose, watching. At this point, he's whipped out his blade. He has his sleek black metal shield on the other hand as he's prepared for combat, and he's just like clenching the handle of the blade in anger. And he, would he kill them? Probably not, despite the situation.
Yeah.
Would he hold back? No, he won't kill them, but he won't hold back. He rushes towards the group with incredible speeds. And I'm going to be a lot, but Ambrose would do it. I'm going to spend, as part of this attack, it's only fair, I spend 1 focus to use my assassin expertise sudden strike to make this attack count as a sneak attack, and a 2nd focus to use the assassin mastery's ability vital strike.
Fantastic.
It'll be half my focus, but Ambrose is
gonna go hard.
He's gonna go hard. He doesn't want to hold back. He wants these people down and out. As he rushes towards them, he whips up the blade, and I will roll to hit for you. Does hit. And then 1 from Jack of all trades. Don't think I'm missing something. They have +1 difficulty to react against this due to sudden strike.
Fantastic. Oh, I did really good though.
Yeah, I'm counting my dice right now. I have 6 decks.
I got 8 successes.
9. So I'd have 15 dice. No modifier, I believe. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and count that for you. So that 1 counts as success, but that 1 stays. 2, 3, 4, 5. Currently at 10.
All right, you'll beat them. Makes sense. You trained
towards
most of these men.
Exactly. He knows how they work when attacking from stealth or on your. I'm gonna leave this up to you. The artifact states when attacking from stealth. Technically, this attack counts as a sneak attack. What would you allow that to apply?
Yeah, I'll allow
would you
it.
say a difference? Okay.
Unless it becomes too busted, you can spam it too often. It'll be fine. Like you blew like half your focus to do it.
Yeah. So this is gonna be a lot because I have vital strike as well. That's why it costs 2 focus to do this.
Mm-hmm.
let me just get my damage dice. I have 6 decks. It's going to be a hefty modifier because everything is working. 17, 14. Okay. It's going to be a fat damage roll, Bamboy.
I expect nothing less. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, maybe I did. I expected a little bit less than that.
Assassin Strike gives me 3, and then my blade is a +5.
Oh no,
when the
I
conditions
believe
are
it, little
met.
man. I believe that you did this completely fairly. I just can't believe I did this to myself again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. At least if you hit me, it's all over.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hope I get that far.
Ambrose rushes towards them, and he jumps into the fray alongside his fellow guards who are fighting with him. He goes up to one of the elite, like royal guards, and he enters like a sword duel. And as he finds an opening, and he clenches his blade, ready to stab it straight through the neck. Deep down, he just can't do it. So last second, as he goes to do that, instead he flips the blade and then just jabs the handle into their neck, like the windpipe, knocking them out for the count, as he will non-lethally attack.
I believe you get your bonus Hero of Dunwall, don't you?
I think it is a horde unit, technically speaking. When I non-lethally incapacitate a creature in a session, since it's a horde unit, they're technically still up unless they're dead.
I mean, I'll say, I mean, it can only trigger once per session. So if you want to trigger here, you can.
Oh wait.
Okay. After that, you guys did a really fucking good job killing them. Your guys also did a good job defending themselves. They're all going to be horribly wounded by the time that they're over with this, but they did a good job taking ground, giving you place to work with, taking out some of the fuckers on their own, which is probably difficult for them too. And they're all calling each other traitors too, because like they can't believe that like that their friends would work with that guy, and they're saying that about each other. After that, so what I'm trying to say is there's not many of them, and that Molly might be able to fucking get them all. Molly, it is your turn.
See about that. Shit. Let's see. I'm probably she sees this group of people and they're all fighting each other. And it gets to a point where it gets a little confusing of like who's
Oh
on
yeah.
whose side? That guy, I think he's on our side, right? I don't shoot at him. I think that guy. Yeah, that one, him. Fuck that guy in particular. And uh yeah, dude, my character's not really the type to kill, but I don't really have any
You can use any
ways
instrument,
to.
even if it's like, so long you don't describe
Okay.
them dying in a horrible way, you can like non-lethally with a blade.
Okay. Well, she's not gonna get in the middle of that. Hell no. She should be immediately a target in there. I think I'm gonna probably be at a better fucking angle. So I'm gonna use traversal, if that's possible.
Yep.
And let's see, medium range. I could go long range now. Is is there a place I could perch myself a little bit more above? Like, is there a I don't know
Some kind of
what is it
support.
called? Yeah, like a beam support up top. I don't know what they're called. I know those are called certain things. Um, like the rafts
Uh,
or
yeah,
like
I
a
think so.
bookshelf I could get up top.
Oh yeah, bookshelf sounds
Well,
like a good idea. A very tall bookshelf, like unusably tall. You don't know how you're supposed to get the books at the top of it.
yeah. She sees the fight and then she'll quickly bimp her way up there. I believe that is that a focus to use?
I
I know
think
it's an
traversal is level
action.
2. I believe it's a focus. Yeah.
It's
What
a
action does it
focus.
take?
Yep.
Uh,
It's just an action, sadly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
You are out of the direct sight line and melee distance of them. You are now at probably a medium, short distance.
Short distance. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fine. She gets up top she immediately she actually has to change a little bit of her outfit. So it kind of looks like she kind of leaves, to be honest. So there's probably a moment where the party thinks this bitch literally just fucking left. Like she just fucking faded out of existence. Yeah, good luck finding her. But in reality,
Because
she's
Jester
up
is
top.
gone.
She actually takes out her mask. She probably would need to put it on. She gets one of her I guess like it would be like one of her petals, and she throws it over the shoulder, and she puts on her hood, and she pulls out her actual bow. I don't think I could be able to do an attack on this round, but she readies a shot
Got
next round.
You've assumed
Sadly, yeah.
your jester identity, and you are ready. That means I get a
Oh yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
All right.
Ambrose is
Everybody
definitely
gets a
like
turn.
shouting while fighting as well. He's probably going like, "You fucking cowards!
Ambrose, you notice something.
Where is she?"
You notice a face amongst the horde that you don't recognize. No,
Huh?
you don't know that man. You don't know three of them. There are some in this horde that you don't know, and you see as one of them moves forward, they're going to. They begin moving closer together and towards you, as if they're pointedly trying to get to you. That it looks personal, letting their confused circumstantial allies fight the rest. They use the chaos to find an opening at you, and you can see as they begin very like obnoxiously and stereotypically like roll their shoulders, like start cracking their neck, and it just seems like a real douche show up until one of them seems to like flex their hand and genuine fucking claws come out of it.
Oh,
Oh,
that is a new
what?
And they kind of like flex their jaw and they like snap their jaw, and you can see as like fangs protrude out of it, canines like a wolf.
That's
And
new.
they're going to
Already?
close in on you. They don't go full werewolf. It's not werewolf yet, boys. It's just they have natural weapons.
Okay.
So let me
They're
look.
vampires.
Natural weapon. So okay. Yeah, okay, they're just gonna make a normal attack, and then everything I have here I have to make after I have to use after making a normal attack.
Who are these assholes? Let's see here.
That's 3. That's dog shit. They're gonna spend a willpower.
Yeah, Ambrose will
Oh,
block,
whatever.
going
Good
in
idea.
for the parry with his blade as he sees this bastard roll up.
Oh wait, my difficulty's really low. Do I have anything increased difficulty to deal with you?
Let me check. Oh, I forgot to mention, as part of Vital Strike, this is my bad, a 2-dot bleed effect is applied, and your strength, dex, or stamina go down by 1. I'm gonna say
Fuck.
your. It would only be fair at the
There's
time they were using blades. They were royal. I would say I'd lower their dex by 1
yeah,
because I
they're
would
still
assume
using
that's what they're
dex.
using.
It was the good
Yeah.
idea.
And you have a
Okay, in that
2-dot
case, I
bleed.
got 6. Yeah, I took the damage just now.
Yeah, that's my bad for not remembering that.
No worries. It's the first session.
Alrighty. Ambrose goes in for the parry.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
love
about
that
right.
9 melee with Jack of all trades. Love 9 melee.
14.
14.
They would do this even though it's not going to work. They use the rage within, and you can see seeming like underneath their skin, around their eyes, are the same kind of occultish symbols that you've recently become a little bit more familiar with, that flare up with like this red light, like a shining light below their blood, as they become extraordinarily, superhumanly capable. They get +3 automatic successes to their attack. It doesn't fucking make a difference, but you can see that they're capable of something more.
As he parries the claws, redirecting them just enough to narrowly miss him, he reels back after seeing this happen before him, and he simply says in anger, "You beasts, show your true forms. You will not leave this palace alive." All right.
They don't take kindly to the accusations, and they are going to attack you again.
Well, you know what they say. One reaction, baby.
Yeah. So we're going to move on to Soak. They're going to use their natural weapons
Um,
again.
Well, they might botch.
They might. No, they don't. I'm not rolling that.
They might botch, man.
No, they won't. It's okay, little man.
What if they
But
do?
it is okay. So you've lowered their attribute, so it's not that bad, little man. It is
This is
aggravated.
gonna be really bad for me. I can soak it, I think. Yeah,
Okay, 4.
medium armor.
If you'd like,
Eh.
I'd let you start with a ward on you because I know Ambrose doesn't go anywhere in the world without a ward on him.
So how long has it been since his mark appeared? Like time-wise?
Probably like a month because you had to go all around the
Okay.
fucking world to collect these guys.
All right. So it would be reasonable to assume
You're
he's,
fairly familiar
he's-
with it.
Yeah, he's understood what his abilities have manifested. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'd probably have both of them just because he couldn't give them to anyone yet.
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
I'll roll
So go ahead and
soak,
drop
it
one
is
if you like.
Aggravated.
Very nice critical.
6, 4, 5,
All right,
6.
you soak it all. They bring the claws down onto you as they slash across your chest, and one like pounces at you like some
My
kind of
bad.
fucking animal
Remove-
freak. Oh,
Actually 5, because my shield cannot block aggravated. Therefore, I
No
would not get
problem.
that 9 on the end.
still more damage than me. As one bites down on your arm, another one like slashes at you. You can just see as like some force is blocking them from being able to penetrate your decently light armor. And you feel almost like this righteous anger well up from you in combination to the fury that you have from realizing what these things are and what they have done. And you blink, and for a split second, you see as there is a clad iron gauntlet pressed down onto your arm where the beast is biting at you. It seems to just be biting at the gauntlet. And before you can even register, hyper focused on the conflict, you look away for just a moment, or more so, you notice yourself not even seeming disturbed by it. It's a force which is somehow able to quell your natural logical instinct to wonder and be cautious towards. And now is not a time to consider exactly what that was, especially if it was helping you. So you slash. You get them away from you, and as you do, you see they broke their fucking fangies and their claws. Their natural weapons are gone, and some of them are bleeding from the mouth and bleeding from their fingers. They're kind of like wincing in pain. They begin looking around, and they just say, "Fuck this, leave them. We're out of here." And those 3 begin running the fuck away, while the last couple of the guards seem to be still in conflict. The
Ambrose,
ones that
as he,
remain,
reels back. Go ahead.
the ones that remain are just your men, and they're still
Damn
fighting
it.
for, at this point, literally no fucking reason. If someone could step in with a strong leadership role, they might be able to wrangle order from chaos.
I'd be willing. But it's not my turn.
At this point,
Ambrose
we're out of
shouts
initiative.
towards the beasts who are running. He would definitely, as he sees them running, as he reels back, his clothes torn where the bite mark was left. He just shouts them, "You cowards!"
Yeah.
And then I guess he would look to his men and he would see them still fighting, and he would step up, kind of getting a grasp for the situation, and he'd make that leadership role as he goes, "Stand down! Do you truly wish to go against the crown? The Empress is gone! Is that the man you deem to be the real Ambrose? Would he truly do such a thing as the royal protector? Where do your loyalties lie?"
Go ahead and roll.
What are you rolling?
He's rolling charisma plus leadership to try and
I can give you,
convince. Go ahead.
I can give you 1 dice with the help action.
Sure.
What do you say?
What does he say? It's really just one dice, so it's probably something stupid and shitty like, yeah, come on, stop.
Stop being stupid.
I have difficulty
Fucking
4 to
idiot.
this. I do not have my mask on. Ambrose would not be wearing it. That is only fair. He did not know a coup was going to happen.
That's the beauty of
So
a coup.
I will not get
Yeah.
distinguished here. However, I will get my Circorvian style merit. And with the
God.
help action, that's going to be 11d10, difficulty 4 with
Two
a plus
coup
1
games. 2 coup games in a row.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I don't even need to ask if any difficulties would apply. I'm already at difficulty 4. 8, 9. 9 successes.
All right, that is enough to get the last few who are fighting to stop long enough for you to talk some fucking sense into them. And they look over at you and they just say, "Then what do we do? Where do we go?"
You're welcome, by the way.
Fuck. Ambrose is definitely distracted. He's like in his own world. He's probably like at this point just like angry as he looks back to the throne. Shit. He looks to the other two of the party members. He tries to look for Jester, but she disappeared, and it takes him a moment to realize where she is.
Yeah, at this point, Jester can come back in full regalia.
Mm-hmm. And he
Is that
would
what you
look
calling
towards
my
them.
character now?
Yeah, I mean you're the Jester. Would he know
Yeah,
your
she
real
does.
name?
She goes by Molly.
Okay, that's fine then.
Definitely she would after initiative is over, right?
Yeah, initiative's
Yeah.
over.
Okay. Well, shit. You do eventually see her. She actually jumps off of the bookshelf, and she's basically wearing the same shit. It's just slightly modified. You do see that she's wearing a mask now, so it is kind of like, yeah, like a jester mask almost. There is, I think, kind of a golden yellowish is it like triangles on the mask on the cheeks where the hearts were, and
Mm-hmm.
it covers one of her eyes, and it has like that little almost like jester hat where it kind of like comes out and it has like a little bell at the end. So yeah, she
Nice.
does, like, yeah, 100% she does look more like a jester at this moment. She has her bow out drawn. Well,
Okay.
so
Sir,
Yeah, I know.
one
I
of
know.
the wounded opposition, one of the men that were totally foiled into joining the false Ambrose. I believe you. I see that this has all been a ploy, but sir, there's an army out there.
What?
Ambrose he ordered the
down.
entire fucking army.
Calm down. Tell me what happened. Who is he? Where did he
Ambrose
come from?
came
What's going on?
storming in. You, sir, you came storming in, saying that an imposter had brought enemies of the state to the palace, and he like looks at Midas. He looks at Molly. And you meant the harm to the Empress, the entire city watch, the royal guard. They've all mustered outside.
Fuck, it's too late. We're not going to be able to convince them all, especially with the Empress gone. But no, wait. Fuck, what about her? He looks back to where she got like zapped away. Are there any markings, blood, ash, or anything like that? Or is it just
Nothing to suggest that she was hurt. He also turned the device on himself and shot himself. So if that was like an atomizer, I guess he completed his mission and died. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Yeah.
political
he
assassination.
was suicidal.
Yeah, he definitely goes over and he like leans down to look closely to the stone. I don't think she's dead. What he said before he left, I'll find her. They must have taken her somewhere. Some weird power or something. He looks to the other two. Midas, would you prefer while unmasked to be called by your names, or would you want him to call him by like your actual names, like Volcan and Molly, or would you rather like Midas or Jester?
Are we going out masked up or unmasked?
Probably
That's a question.
we're probably masked. You guys are if you're masked up right now, it just depends like what you would prefer. Like what he calls you by.
While I'm masked up, it's probably best to call me Midas.
Okay.
Probably Jester.
All right, and then he looked to the other two,
Yeah.
protecting their identities from the royal men here. Jester, Midas, listen. Whatever, there's nothing we can do anymore. Fuck, if there really is an army out there, there's no way they're gonna let us by. As much as you don't like it, we're all forced into this right now. We have to find the Empress. She's the only one that can stop this.
Fuck.
This is a really weird situation. Okay.
I know.
As long as I get paid, that's the end.
Trust me, if you help me find Emily, you will be paid handsomely for your assistance.
That's all I need to hear. Let's I assume we are going to need to get out of here.
Yes, we're gonna need a place to go, somewhere we can lay low. Considering the ruckus, I can bring us somewhere like that. But Jester, what about you? Are you in?
I'm definitely in, that's for sure. This is going to be one hell of a music later. Yes.
Maybe like smirks a little bit. I bet it will. All right, and then he looks to everyone. All right, listen up. As at this point, we are enemies of Dunwall. Nothing can be done about that. With the Empress gone, she could not speak of our innocence. I know a place we can go to lay low. I need to know, before we do this, do any of you have any objections to this? You can flee the Isles for all I care. You can go lay low in Tibia, wherever. I will not blame you.
I assume you're talking to the
Nah.
men, not us.
Like everyone, pretty much, including like Jester and Midas, of
I mean,
course, in case. I mean,
I
we
would
just in
agree.
case they have like a change of mind. He's like he's not looking at them, but he might like glance over just in case because he knows your backgrounds.
No, I would agree.
Yeah, same.
All right.
The men say, the ones that have been foiled, they say, for our hand in this, we owe our lives to this cause. We will get you out of the palace, sir, even if it takes our lives.
All right. Then there's only one thing we can do now. We need to get out of here.
I
Ambrose,
think
you
I
know.
can assist us somewhat, but in advance, sorry for the damages. Bamboy.
Yeah.
I want to use a Storm Maestro. I have Sudden
What's that do?
Hurricane for the expertise. You control the elements of the storm almost as if it's a part of you. You can conjure forth minor storm effects such as a sudden rain shower to obscure you or strong winds to knock over objects. You can also control the existing elements of water, wind, and lightning to an extent. These effects can deal direct damage and only cover a medium distance as an AoE. So Sudden Hurricane lets me cover a far distance, and power lets me do like flooding, clouded skies, power outages, etc.
Fantastic. Okay, that'll give you quite a bit of cover. Then let's move
Yeah.
on to the next stage. You get to the door, and you have to plan a way out. Ambrose, you know that the fastest way off the palace is through the water elevator that you came from. That the other ways would be going through the central building, which is where you know that the guards would be coming from. The courtyard is relatively sparse immediately because everybody that was out there fucking came in here. So as you
Yeah.
like look at the door, it seems as if the first path, like the first steps towards the water elevator, is clear for now. If you move quickly.
Okay. He would look back to the others, and he would let them know if we move fast enough, we should be able to get to the water elevators. He looks up to the skies, or maybe like through a window, and he sees the sudden storm that's appeared under the power of Midas. The storms have flooded them away. We have to be quick though. We don't have much time.
When Midas uses when he conjures the storm, what does it look like?
Probably, how do I want to play this? During the agreement, saying, like, as he's like agreeing, like we should go, he probably says something along the lines of, "Consider it done," and then he taps his cane on the floor, twice. Through that, the just this feeling of energy pulses out, causing the storm to appear
Okay.
as the clouds coalesce.
Does that have a roll to it, or is that just a thing you do?
It's just a thing I do.
Fantastic. Roll. Hold on. Let me explain. You're about to go into a 3 rounds and out scenario, which means that we're going to have a cinematic kind of 3 rounds to resolve this escape. This will be your first action in that.
Okay.
So for the purposes of this, roll, let's say intelligence plus. Is it manipulation for this?
For storm, well, I mean, I in the storm, like Stormbearer is. Storm
Okay.
Maestro's not.
Go ahead and roll manipulation plus Eye of the Storm.
Okay. Not a lot of dice. Oof.
Okay.
That I assume 2 is not going to do it.
That's not going to do it.
All right.
But let me
I'm
tell
gonna
you what you're dealing
look-
with. As you begin
Okay.
making way through the courtyard, you hear stomping and mechanical rhythmic beating until you look to your left and right. You can see walking over the Grand Palace walls are these large, stilted, mechanized units. These men with powerful mag bows on top of these huge 12-foot stilts that stab into the ground with a thud. You're all familiar with the fabled tall boy of the City Watch. They raise their bows and they begin firing. The storm can try to slow them down, both by movement and with their attacks. So now that you know the stakes, if you want to try and willpower, you may.
Oh, of course. It's only natural. How's 4 looking?
I'm looking for 5.
All right. Let's hope I get it. No. Last chance. Unfortunate.
The last thing you can do is power surge if you want to spend an additional focus to gain automatic successes.
Oh yeah. Sure.
Okay.
Power surge.
You call upon the latent power within your very soul, within your very body. There is a brightness that emanates from your mark, and we see as this strange yet perfectly symmetrical geometric shape that is focused around a traditional void mark that sprawls across Midas's body, shine through his clothes for a moment with this arcane energy as you muster the deep power that you keep within. The storm becomes a fucking hurricane as you see one of the tall boys gets knocked as his footing gets fucked by the powerful winds and falls off the tall boy and like tumbles over into like this deep pit part of this the courtyard that runs underneath a small bridge. And he win hell screams all the while, and then he fucking cracks thuds on the floor.
Ooh.
It seems as if there is about 5 more of them, and these are not guys that you actually need to fight and kill. These are just they're going to keep coming because the army is infinite, and you have to fucking escape.
Yeah.
They got the
No,
respawn mechanic.
let's hold our ground,
Yeah.
you guys. We got this.
There is some level of holding ground. As you're making way, I need to know then what next would the other two do. Molly, as you're making your way and you see the tall boys first emerging, what do you do?
Well, she already has her bow out. She is ready to. I don't know. I don't think she would have personally have seen a tall boy and know like any information about them, but they know she knows that there's some type of mechanism doohickey on the back, right? And so she's
Yeah,
gonna try to aim for like the back of one of these guys. Maybe one is like turning around, turning a corner, maybe.
they do
She's
have a
gonna try
glowing weak
to
spot.
Yeah.
she is going to try to snipe one from afar, maybe.
Dexterity plus firearms. You're actually attacking these things with the same bow that they use. The mag bow
Yeah.
is the artillery
Additional
weapon
one.
that the tall boy used.
That's funny. Show him who's boss.
Shoot him.
I like to imagine during the
Okay.
fight, Volcan's just making like conversation just for fun.
Oh yeah.
He's probably like as small as so like, so who are you, Budave?
Just like one of the guardsmen running beside you trying to insulate your group. He like looks over you with confusion before like an explosion happens nearby and he's thrown to the ground.
Oh no.
So
Well, there goes
I
that guy.
think that is 12.
Fantastic. We see as Molly runs some distance before she whips around on a heel with 2 arrows in her hands. She fires the first and she fires the second in rapid succession, but at totally different angles as 2 of the magbow bolts fly into the heavy exterior plating. And you can see as one triggers the sensitive whale oil battery inside the back of it. You can see as the guy like reaches back, like, no, 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 and then he explodes from the mechanism that he wears on his back. The other one seems to have been able to hide behind one of his armored plates, but it is now completely ruined and slagged as it's melting and like pouring off of his weird mechanized suit that he seems to wear.
Put the face
Right
of
on.
good oil.
And then, of course, Molly continues to make headway. Ambrose,
Ooh.
if you'd like,
What's
you
up?
can spend your patron can do something here.
That is something. It would be a good time. I could, yeah, okay. He might not be aware of it. This might be the first time it's properly manifested. Maybe there's been hints about it in the past, but in this moment, I will choose to use patron. 5 to, I believe, grant me accomplish 1 minor magical feat in correspondence to my domains.
You feel a surge of focus. It's like a battle meditation that you've not been able to achieve. It's a complete push out of all the things around you. It's a familiar feeling. Maybe you have felt this way before, but it's been so
Mhm.
long that it is almost foreign to you. You stop on a bridge. It is a focal point. You know that you have to stand here. You know that you have to turn and buy your friends time. As the men run past you, some of them stop, turn around to stand with you. This bridge, if they're allowed to cross this bridge, they will make it into the water elevator. And you cannot let that happen. You feel a certainty. There is a force behind you that you can feel a level of protection, almost like a shepherd, a teacher. And you barely have the mind to even process that because you are the battle. You are instinct. As the tall boys look at you, meeting your standoffish nature, they bring back their mag bows and they begin a volley of these explosive arrow shots towards you. You wait for a split second as almost seemingly time begins to slow down for you as in the moment of absolute necessity, you bring your blade out in a flourish of attacks that can hardly be perceived. And we see as the bolts go deflecting back at the tall boys, exploding into their rigs. One gets pushed over, the legs go flying up, and then shortly after he explodes, The other two seemingly suffer massive damage to their hull, and Ambrose, you feel a distant sense of pride as your emotions come back to you, and you begin to feel as Ambrose would normally feel in this kind of moment.
He recoils from the flourish of deflections with his blade moving at a speed which could be unhuman, almost like something took over his body for a moment. He takes a deep breath as he recovers from his minor exhaustion from such an extraordinary feat, and he looks back, seeing that he's bought time, and then he turns back to the men, not wasting a single moment, not risking putting anyone in danger, and quickly catches up.
Fantastic. Then, round two. You're all in the top of the water elevator. The skiff is still risen. The water elevator is up. You see all the water elevator operators are gone. They fucking either died or left. And that means that you are left to navigate the painfully intricate mechanisms of this water machine. Maybe you could figure it out, but even then, you're very poorly staffed for this. It is going to take time for you to properly lower this water elevator, or a different solution, or Molly, as you run into the water elevator, you see the outsider. He's at the far end of it, and he is standing at like the edge of the water elevator that looks over the sheer cliff that this elevator climbs you up. It is
Okay.
a very, very long drop down. As he looks
Ooh.
back and like gestures to it, leaning on the rails, and he says, "There's always the quick way."
She looks over, almost like thinking like, oh, maybe there is, and then she kind of like, yeah, not very practical.
Fucking sea rocks at the bottom of it, crazy waves.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then she kind of turns around and she does a good glance, not even a glance, a good fucking look, more like it, of finding a way better way than just jumping. Um
You, it looks like if
e-
you started pulling cranks, you could start operating the mechanisms.
what type of role would that be?
I would allow wits or intelligence plus technology, or
Ooh,
science, because you're
What
operating
about
heavy
academic?
machinery. Sure, academics.
yeah, it's not gonna be for me, that's for sure.
Okay, then what would Molly do? If you're not gonna, if the water elevator is not something you can help with, there is one big door leading to like the big building this is housed in, and it seems like that's going to be the next like hold point if this is going to take more time. And as you like look back, you can see Ambrose just starting to enter, being the last one in. The
Hmm.
small crew of men that you have has dwindled quite a bit. It's like 3 guys. It's 3 guys that are staying close to Ambrose, trying to just mimicking whatever he's doing.
They're only surviving because of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's very understandable. Have a good day. All right. Reinforce. Let's see. It's not damage, is it? Right? It's nothing in that type of sense. It's literally just working the gears.
It's just knowing what to crank, how to crank it, and doing it quickly. Yeah. It's like walking up to
Oh,
a train. Like how do you run a train? Like going into a cockpit and it's like, yes, plane.
yeah. Fuck. I'll be honest, I don't think I could really do much. I don't have any technology. I don't have any science.
Hmm.
Um,
I would let you help with just some of the operational things. Midas can direct you, and you can just be someone that's cranking stuff because some of these mechanisms require multiple people interacting with multiple parts of the machinery at a time. Uh, I'll let
okay.
you help him if you like.
That's yeah, I think that's the only thing I would be able to do. I don't have
Okay.
anything on me that could help us in this situation in particular.
Then Midas, if you choose to try and operate the machinery, you have -1 difficulty.
Oh yeah, brother. I will be doing so.
Okay. Go ahead and roll
Right.
intelligence plus academics. -1 difficulty.
Midas is looking at the machine quickly, like scoping out where all the gears and pulleys are like going to, where they're coming from. Like, okay. I've got this.
Molly's like,
Roll.
you do? I give
Well,
my help.
Of course.
How much intelligence you got?
It's not that quite a help action. She's just giving you -1 difficulty.
Ah,
She's
gotcha.
basically doing what you tell her because you would know. It's like, now we must open the valve B, but we must ensure that the valve A is closed.
Well,
You
I can't
fools!
imagine a 3 is gonna do it.
No, I'm looking for 5.
Yeah, so I'm gonna willpower again.
I do have a question, Bamboy.
Yeah.
So,
Hey.
where's my boy Thomas at? Is he still in the palace somewhere?
No, if he's in the palace, you have no idea what the fuck he's dealing with. You haven't seen him.
God damn, that's gonna be on
One of the
Ambrose's
many
mind.
questions that weighs on you. Yeah. 6. All right. You begin cranking that soldier boy. As
Nice.
7.
7. Oh yeah, it's starting to descend now. The water is beginning to flood out. The main gate is opening. It's going to take it like 20 seconds to descend. And moreover, you have to get on the fucking boat. Otherwise, it's just a normal ass fall again. So,
Yeah.
Ambrose, you can see as another battalion of men are coming in. The remaining tall boys just blasting at the fucking ceiling of this thing. It's gonna hold because it's beautiful fucking palace stone. But they're gonna try and bury this whole fucking thing on you. Try and shake you out while men at the door are going to try and be blasting you with pistols. They all form like a firing line, and these are the same royal guards that you know, still under the impression that you are an imposter, seemingly. And they begin shooting. What do you do?
What kind of door is this?
Big metal door, slide.
Slide?
Yeah.
Is it
Slide
like
with the lock
if it's
mechanism.
closed, you can't see through it, or is it just like
Yes,
still
you
see
cannot
through
see
it?
through it. It is a solid metal sheet.
Braving the gunshots, he sees the situation. He looks back. Even if they're going to try and take us down, we can't just rush out there against an army. He sees the gunfire coming in. The best he can do is make sure that they do not have to worry about getting shot in the back while trying to get the water bridge up. I'm going to use Abyssal Appendage level 1 to do my tendril, and I have the expertise. Let me go ahead and look what it's called. There we go. I have the expertise third arm, which lets my tendril grab small objects and operate devices with precision, like levers or switches within range. Could I use my Abyssal
Fantastic.
Appendage to wrap around the door and then just start pulling it closed?
With the roll, you can, because this isn't so much precise.
Right.
This is brute force, not something you've trained too much with this power. But if there was ever a time,
All right, then I imagine I got a Dex plus Abyssal Appendage, so if a roll is required, is what it says
yeah,
here.
go ahead.
All right. I only have 3 Abyssal Appendage, but I do have 6 Dex. Jack of all trades would not apply here. Let me think. I do not believe anything else will either.
You can always surge.
It is an option.
I think you're really low on focus.
So that would get
How many
me to
successes
1.
does surging give us again?
For you, it gives 4. For everybody else, it gives 3.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, so it's currently I'm currently sitting at, I believe, if I eat that one, 3. Is that enough?
That's not going to do it. You
All
get
right,
like a
and-
partial way before it janks. It gets stuck, and you need to like rip it through the fucked up portion of its track.
I'm gonna willpower.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Good
get rid
idea.
of a 1. All right, and this is
Ooh.
why we roll them segmented.
For 5 survival points, I'd give them to you.
Yeah. All right, so the 1 disappears. That brings me up to 4. 1, 2. I do not believe. Yeah. Okay. Another thing, reducing my difficulty here.
I'll offer you a messy success, or you can choose to surge. It'll be a success
messy
at a
success
cost.
look like? In that case, If I take a messy success, could I get shot in the
Mhm.
process?
Yes,
Because I'm
that's
just
exactly what I'm
standing there
thinking.
pulling it close.
Yep. Yeah,
You'll
for a
do
moment
that.
you drop the reflection, and their gunfire begins blasting at it, and it gets in a tighter and tighter focus as you have to yank through. And there's a couple of shrapnel shots that bounce around. You hear like some ping pong as they like bounce around the machinery. And one zips straight through your arm, catching you with a smattering of blood. You're going to take 2 lethal damage, unsoakable.
Boom. So that brings me down to 6. As he gets shot, he falls to a knee, but through the pain, as blood's gushing out from like his side where the bullet went through, he continues to yank with the appendage to finish closing the door, despite the bullet going through him.
And you do so as it slams, and all the bullet fire you can just hear on the door for a few seconds before they realize that's fucking stupid, and they stop.
Yeah.
And they seem to be like running up to the door. And we see from the outside, the camera sees as like these 3 tall boys just fucking pelting this building, this massive stone brick structure with mad bow explosive shots. There's like these 8 men at the door trying to like force it open, being struggling to do so. And as they just start to get it open, the elevator is going down, and the door is open, and someone just needs to fucking drive. Who's it going to be?
Anyone got drive?
Shit. No.
No,
Little,
Ambrose
you got
usually has
drive?
a guy for that.
We can. Actually no, I have to kill them all. The rest of your guys, they're too wounded to go on. The guy that would normally drive this is dead. The greatest challenge you've ever faced, driving the
Mm,
boat.
All right. Well,
Oh my
Well-
god.
what would the drive roll be, Bamboy?
Dex drive.
I have 6
uh,
decks.
You
Yeah,
have
I
one
have
more than
4
me.
decks and technically 1 drive because Jack of all trades. So yeah, looks like you're doing it,
I
little.
know. Fuck. Ambrose, like, as he like stumbles towards the boat, and as he's holding his side, his blood's gushing out from the bullet wound, and he like falls to his knee as he jumps down a little bit and can't catch himself properly, and he has to pick himself up with like with his sword.
Unless there's something I need to do, I could give him the help action, right, Bam?
Yeah, you can give him the help action.
All right.
Amber
Take
looks
one
at the other one.
deck.
He's like, and he looks at the other two,
Pull
and
up the
he
anchor or whatever.
he says, okay, fuck. He looks and sees like the guy dead. And he's like, "Been you ever driven a boat before?"
I've
Fuck.
been on a boat before.
Just once.
All right, I'll take the wheel.
All the hell.
I guess I'd take cover.
Fantastic. Go ahead and make your drive roll. This will be the
Yeah,
last
plus-
roll.
Yeah, you have
Give me the help
plus
action.
4 decks. Yeah.
I believe the motors go this way. All right, 4 dice it
I
is.
am a super
Stick
genius.
shift. I can't ride. Sorry, you guys. I
So
can't drive
7
stick
days,
shift.
4, 8, 9, 10, bringing it up to 11. I do not. This is not a save. I do not believe I have any proficiencies here that help me. So this is base difficulty 6.
I
So
guess
currently, go ahead.
And say, I
Nothing.
guess Molly will ready her bow, just in case if someone is right behind us, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
7.
With 7, you fire up the engine. You get it to max speed as fast as you can. At some point, they break through the door and they begin firing at you. But you are a moving target at great distance, and they have shitty fucking like early firearms. So you see as like there's like zipping water marks, like the bullets are going into the water. But none of them manage to hit anything vital or you. As you get the fuck out of there, and we see as the skiff goes into the vast shoreside ocean of Gristol, the camera pans out and zooms out as the boat gets smaller and smaller. The palace becomes visible again and gets smaller and smaller. The smoke rising from it, and then we
He
see
gets swallowed by a whale.
written in the sky, Dishonored.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The menu music starts playing.
That's awesome.
My God.
All right. At this point, we can take a break if anybody needs it. Fantastic.
I'm
Alright,
ready. I'm
I
gonna
guess
grab
we
a
can
drink,
continue.
but I can keep my
Okay.
headphones on while I do that.
Oh, do you want?
Sure thing.
Okay. I was like, I don't know about the recording, but okay.
The recording would just be made to sit there. That's how it's
You can
usually
make it
done
pause.
in a lot of these kind of things.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
I suppose you can
listeners
make a
just
pause.
gotta-
But this time, no break. It is later that day. It's becoming evening. The last hour of daylight is gently setting on the various rooftops of Dunwall. You are in a district far as far you can be from the palace. It is a very nice, rich district that is full of many mercantiles and businesses, as well as just like middle and high income housing. No manners are kept here, but this is where the wealthy do reside. And you are being taken to by Ambrose. Fuck, what is your establishment called, little man?
Let me pull on up the details for ya, buddy. Where is it? Where is it? The Beached Whale.
Tell us about it.
Amidst all of the prim and proper necessities of noblesse oblige, exists a place where those go to do whatever the fuck they want. The Beached Whale is a very popular, kind of like bar. What exactly would you say they were called in this world, Bamboy?
Oh no, saloons?
Bars.
No, like
soiree?
the,
Oh, it's a night party.
Yeah,
It's a
soiree.
soiree.
Yeah, okay. This well-known soiree that is very popular amongst all of Dunwall, maybe even the most. It is a place where you can get drinks, find yourself a woman to keep you company for the night, or even partake in those dastardly drugs, which are legal in this world, for clarification.
If you have enough money.
Whatever sin you can imagine for pleasure exists within this place, not just for the rich, but also for the poor. We take money from everyone.
Money's money.
Yeah,
And
right.
here,
Exactly.
you're all in identities which are not framed, so not to be immediately picked out, as news
Off our
is
mask.
spreading like wildfire that the Lord Protector, you'd actually hear it on like the like teleprompt like speakers they have all around the city strung up on wires. Just say some fucking monotone dude that always does it. Be advised, good citizens, the Lord Protector has become an enemy of the state by bringing to the palace enemies of the throne, and they are the leading suspects in the disappearance of her fair empress, Emily Caldwin.
Indeed.
Setting in that the story has definitely been picked up, and that the people that are in a position to verify or falsify this claim are not on your side.
Molly takes off her mask. Oh man, I wonder who they are.
Uh,
Hmm.
you probably even walk by people putting up wanted posters of many different pictures, not pictures, but like in artist interpretations of your various masks and faces.
Well, that's not
I'm-
good.
Not my
Though
face.
Volcan,
No, for sure.
Volcan never showed his, so it couldn't be. But Molly, they would have your face and mask,
Shit.
and of course for Ambrose, they have both. Actually, no,
Yeah.
Ambrose did only have his face. They wouldn't know his mask.
I
Giving
would
you
say
all
he
an
doesn't
identity where
have
you can
that
walk the street.
particular mask yet.
Yeah.
But he's definitely pulling like an Emily hood up. He probably has like some kind of
Mhm.
cloth covering half his face just to stay hidden. until he gets to the location.
You walk through the alleyway entrance with an arc above, leading to the kind of enclosed cul-de-sac made possible by the entire building surrounding it. This is the main like dining floor. It has 2 stories. There's like some balconies up above you can get to by stairs. There are an assortment of tables laid out, and there's even a stage for performances. Of course, there are many doors leading into the building proper, which, more private things happen that require the thick stone walls. Here, you can get a drink. Here, you can see the bar and the barman behind it. Remind me, his name is Fisheye?
He goes by Fisheye.
He goes by Fisheye. Fisheye is wiping down the counter as he looks up at you, and you can see there's like surprise in his expression, which is only muddled a little bit by the fact that he has a glass eye, which always draws attention to itself, no matter how hard he tries. He tries to act casual as he looks away from you and goes back to laughing and talking. He's no stranger to you, to not blowing your cover when you walk in.
Indeed.
And he wraps up his conversation quickly as he walks over, and he will move to a position where you can meet him. If just making himself available if you need him. But of course, you know that the true safe haven is past all of this party, past all of these patrons, where that you could be overheard. There's more to this place than what may seem. Where do you go?
Exactly. Ambrose, despite the wound, that's probably like rudimentary bandage at this point. But he can still feel the pain. Like limps a little bit over towards the bar in front of Fisheye, and he props himself up and he simply says to him, "I'm gonna need tomorrow's special, all right?"
Whatever you say, boss.
Yeah. And I would let him unlock the door to the back room to let us in.
Yep, he does so. As you're moved through the back, you see there's like levels to this place, and it's like peeling the onion into criminality. You go into the back, and there's a kitchen. There's like actual kitchen staff. You go into like the cellar. There's like actual like cellar. There's like drink that's preserved here. And then you can see his fisheye whips out a keychain, and fucking he plugs it into a hidden lock in one of the massive barrels, like the barrels that are probably twice the size of a person. And as he holds his key there, there's another place you know that you have to put in your signet, Ambrose, for this door to open.
Ambrose walks up and raises his right hand with the ring, puts it in, and then turns it right.
The barrel, like top, opens up like a door, and there is no wine inside. Instead, it is a hallway leading to an interior area.
That's
He looks back
awesome.
to the yeah. Ambrose looks back to the other two and he goes, "Well, ladies first."
Fisheye, now away from the people, mentions, "Sir, there's a the doctor came by, and he seemed to want to get in contact with you. And since he's one of your trusted allies, I saw him in. He had a key, a signet, that is."
All right. Thank you, Fisheye. I'll take it from here.
He nods, and he nods to all of you. And he's like, "And the bar is open to you anytime." And he walks away.
Well, it seems
Damn,
like
do
we're
you
gonna
have
have
Molly's
company.
face? She didn't fight.
You would have been seen by the people as you were exiting. Suppose you would
Exiting?
have turned around. Well, they. Let me think. You're framed, so it has to be one of your identities that is applied to. So do you want to be your mask or your normal face?
See, that's a
You
true
walked in.
question.
Well, actually, you walked
I
in without
walked
the
in
mask.
without.
Everyone saw as you. Yeah, and they
I
know they
walked,
have it on record that they were bringing Molly.
but I didn't. Molly didn't left. That they never
Yeah,
saw
that's a good point.
technically Molly. Technically speaking, they
So
never
they
saw
would.
Molly.
So do you want it on your mask or do you want it on Molly?
I think I'm probably gonna want it more on my mask. because I still like the idea of like still performing. Because if I do it with my face, that's it. Like that face
Yeah.
is now ruined. I won't be able to perform, and I kind of want to
Yeah.
do
Okay.
that.
Then let's say this: they know it was you by name. They know it was Molly, but they only know Molly by that mask. They don't have a depiction of your face. Everyone that saw your face fucking died, so I can see how that would happen. They would have known it was Molly exiting, but they would not have seen
Yeah,
her face when she was exiting, just her mask.
yeah. The name is still like slightly connected,
Hmm.
but yeah,
But your face is okay, and
yeah.
you can perform without anybody looking too hard into it. And you can just make up a fucking name. It would be an okay lie.
Bali.
She's gonna have to use her government name.
I mean, honestly, you probably
Yeah.
don't even have to make up a name. Molly's like probably like it's just a first name.
Molly is her already nickname.
Yeah.
But I suppose she never uses her actual full name, and she probably would not have told you yet.
Mhm.
But yeah, at least the nickname will still be connected. That's fine. That's fine.
Mhm.
I'm good with that.
As they make their way in, Littleman, describe the interior of your base and do go in detail.
Okay, buddy.
Pillar of the cushion.
You walk into what is a almost like just full-on secret building attached to the back of this massive place. From the outside, it would probably be hard to notice, but once you're inside, it definitely makes sense now. The first main area is this very nice looking, just amazingly, I guess, fancy like gathering or like typical room. And there's like some couches, sofas. There's probably just a chandelier raised. Just for you, buddy, Volcan, there's definitely a grand piano in like the corner of the room. No way there wouldn't be.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's got that royalty look to it, and from there it branches out to various other rooms. Let's see. I guess I'll just give you the tour right now. Apart from one spot, but that'll come up very soon. Looking around the base as we enter and start looking through the rooms, you can sleep here, you can live a good life here, and then there's these standout places. One of them is some kind of storage room, and you go in there, and it is chock full of various elixirs and potions, stashed away for emergency use. Maybe even brewed in-house, based on the labeling of the crates. However, that pales in comparison to the main draw of this place, where eventually you enter into a large cylindrical room filled to the brim. There's like 2 stories. The walls lined in those like document storage things with like scrolls, parchment, folders, files, everywhere in this place. Books, study like a study kind of type place where you can really look into what you're looking at. And then in the dead center of this circular room is a massive map of. Was it just a map of Dunwall or was it a world map?
I don't fucking know. If it can be a world
the
map,
Isles.
then it can also be a Dunwall map. It's right now it's zoomed in
Okay.
on Dunwall.
It is a massive clockwork, like 3D map of all of Dunwall. And when you get close and look in on it, it also is able to show the entirety of the world. And then when you look closely, you can see that some of the carriages on rails are like moving in the map, almost as if it's trying to represent where they're at in real time.
Oh shit, this is a different type of technology. If it's moving.
Indeed.
This looks like
Perhaps.
incredibly sophisticated clockwork technology. It is the world's most in-depth train model set.
And
He
then
loves
strangely, probably don't recognize it. On the back wall, there's a giant, what looks like glass pane connected to a black box mounted to the wall. I'm not sure what that is.
Molly looks up. Does Molly know what that is?
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
It's the it's a TV
Okay.
monitor.
It's okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
you got a
alright,
fucking
buddy.
terminal.
It's I believe Bamboy discussed it with me that it's not a common technology,
They
but in this place there would be like one.
Yeah, they actually have
Non-terminal,
camera
okay.
and like TV technology. It's like fucking never used, but for some reason, like you see it once in the first game.
Yeah. There's a giant TV here. And apart from that, it seems
There's
this
a
place
TV?
holds just an immense amount of knowledge. Ancient books, scrolls, documents, handwritten notes, journals, some newer than others. Just seems like like a place where knowledge has amassed over many years.
Mm.
As you walk
And
into
there's
this
one.
area,
Yeah, go ahead.
you see the doctor standing there. He is a young man, maybe like just hit 20, early 20s. Small glasses, a very smart jacket, very, very well pressed, very well taken care of, perfectly clean, very tucked in attire. Very much takes pride in his appearance. However, he looks a little bit gaunt. He looks a little bit frail. He looks like maybe he didn't eat well when he was a child, or he was stricken by some horrible disease. Uh, However, he comes to life when Ambrose steps in and then hesitates slightly. Probably goes something like, "Ambrose, hi everyone."
Hi.
Ambrose, you know this is the royal physician, Dr. Polymia.
Yeah, that's our boy. Ptolemy.
Dr.
Well,
Polymia, a pleasure to meet you.
yeah.
It is a pleasure to meet you too.
Ambrose, are you wounded?
It's just a bullet wound. I'll be fine.
Sit down, sit.
Okay.
Who might you two be?
My name is
Oh, the
Volcan
name's Molly.
Lilion.
He nods. I take it then you were the targets of Ambrose's investigation?
Oh, more than that, yeah.
Sorry
Oh,
about that.
you missed it.
worries.
There was a whole party for us waiting. Isn't that right, Ambrose?
You could put it that way.
He begins tending to your wound, looking it over and seeing what has happened. I see. Ambrose, are these people to be trusted? He says, not so subtly, everyone can hear.
He looks up to them.
She nods. Molly nods like she's answering.
Yeah, and he looks. He's like, "Listen, even if we don't trust them, there's no choice but to work together right now. So there's nothing to worry about. We're all in this."
As he's looking at your wound, you can see at some point, you didn't catch him, but he just starts examining your arm. And when you realize that he's no longer looking at your wound, he just seems to be just like looking at the various details of your body. What would you do?
Like, does he start like trying to roll up his sleeves and whatnot to get a close
Yeah,
look
pretty much.
and all that?
Yeah.
He
He seems to be hyperfixating on the little scars you have.
There's like a little scar poking out from as he starts to lift it. I would say honestly, Ambrose would like quickly react. I think it'd be cooler RP wise for this to just happen. Everyone would be able to like quickly catch a glimpse, just briefly, a small what looks like burn mark, almost like a scar that almost has like a slight purple tinge to it. But before you can see anything else, Ambrose quickly puts his other hand over his sleeve and covers what's there. And he looks at Polybu and he goes, "I was only injured on my side."
Yeah, no, sorry. Just had to, make sure it's you, because you incited a civil war against you. So, it's a little bit confusing up in the air, but I take it that that would be the pretty normal reaction you would have. Your scar looks healthy, great. He pats you on the back.
Tend to the wound already.
Yeah, of course, stitches. Here we go. So the Empress is gone. That's going to make things hard. You are a declared criminal. I, of course, know that's fucking bullshit. As anyone should, but they almost want you to be a villain, I think, sometimes. As he's just like stabbing you and just like closing the wound as he's like talking. He like splashes something that sizzles on it for a second.
He has to like
I
bite
was
his
like, oh, I
tongue.
forgot the belt, didn't I? Oh, here you go.
God. You just stare at him. Just finish already.
Almost done. Almost done.
Please shut the
Superficial, I
fuck
promise.
up and just finish. Kidding.
Pulls out the chainsaw. We got to get the shrapnel.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the bullet's still in there. Let me go digging.
Takes out
Uh,
shovel.
He eventually steps away from your wound, happy with the medical assistance he's given. All right then. What the fuck do we do? What the fuck do we do?
Calm down. All right, listen. Right now, we just need to stay calm and discuss a plan. All right. The
Okay.
Empress is alive. Based on everything I saw, she's fine. She was just taken somewhere. Where that is, I don't know. But if we can find her, we can get out of this mess, all right? All of us.
Okay, I like that plan. Do we have any leads?
Yuck shit at the moment.
Well, technically speaking, and then points at Ambrose. But I don't think that's not the same one.
Yeah, exactly.
Good point.
Like she pointed out, the only lead we have is that the bastard looks exactly like me.
That is what I could ascertain as well. It was conflicting reports. You have to understand. But I was able to figure out the situation. They didn't suspect me of any issues. I'm able to walk the streets just fine.
Okay.
Well, I guess you keep hanging around with us. Eventually, you might get a poster. That'd be kind of cool, right?
No, I do not think so. My face would be much better on the back of a book than on the front of a wanted poster.
You know,
Exactly.
that
Okay,
sounds
then,
actually quite nice.
Yes, I actually have a couple novels myself. Would you like to see them? He like walks over to a bookshelf. As he goes and
I'd
he
love to
starts
see them.
muttering about his nonsense shit.
Bartholomew.
Does Molly just
Political
humor?
coup?
Huh? There were
Two-ish, right?
there's a blink of the terminal that comes to life in this area, and you can see it's fisheye. It's his fucking wobbly ass glass eye, like looking into it as if he can see through the eye, like looking right into the lens, like and he
Beautiful.
blinks on it a couple of times, like this thing on, boss, got another taker. Not the usual company. If you want to meet him out somewhere more pleasant.
We'll take anything at this point. All right, listen.
Should I
Bring
see
the
them in?
refreshment.
Give them the seat. I'll be out there soon.
All right. The next person, another person would actually make themselves known here. I don't want to forget about them. You can hear someone unlocking the door. Someone that seemingly wasn't noticed by Fisheye, or Fisheye for some reason opening the door.
I take a look. Who is it? Who is this? Who is the person coming in?
I wonder who it is.
As you look over, you see slinking into the place, thinking he's a little more stealthy than he is, but he closing the door gently behind him before he sees you. So he's like in your sight line for a good couple seconds before he notices you're there. And I close the door with like a clink. There's this young man in a cloth robe that like throws his hood down as he finally has made it inside. Ambrose, what does your apprentice look like?
Me actually pull it up. I think I have. Where is my
like to imagine we're
boy?
just all staring at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Theodore is around 16 years old and is training directly under me. He has a cocky and confident attitude. He's probably from Dunwall. I never gave him a specific look, so he's probably very basic. He is stubborn enough. I would say he probably wears some like trainee outfit when he's, obviously training and being an apprentice and all that. And probably has short, probably black hair if he's from Dunwall. And maybe blue eyes. He'd have a very Dunwall look to him, is the best I can describe him.
Very Gristalian. Okay, Gristalian, they're built like a shit brick house. There he is. He looks like
Alright.
he has been chiseled out of granite. He looks like someone that you wouldn't expect to be as fast as he could be. He's got a pretty bad underbite. I mean, it's not that bad, but you can definitely notice it. However, it does add to his kind of intimidating look. And you know that he is a very stout just from his build.
Hmm.
Bamboy, look at no mic.
Yeah, that's him. That's Theodore. He's at least got that baby face for now until he grows up into
yeah,
a
he's got that-
shittier brick house.
Absolutely, before it all fucking falls away and he like breaks his nose and never sets right
He's-
again.
Yeah, he's got to
Yeah.
live with his young good looks while he has them.
Yeah. He looks like some young army soldier, like corn-fed motherfucker. As he walks up, and he says, "Oh, Ambrose?
Theodore, you made it out.
Yeah, I did. Doctor." I'm if you're worrying about the same thing I was worrying about, I'm quite certain that that is Ambrose. In fact, okay, sure, let's operate by that. Then, they tried to come for me, saying something
what?
about how you. Well, they found me in my guard unit as we were making way, and some took me aside. They said something about how you were had brought enemies of the state to the Empress, and that you were planning a coup. What's that all about?
Oh, Ambrose.
Listen, Theodore.
Classic Ambrose.
Something big is going on here, all right? There are dark magics in play. The person who rolled up to the palace was not me. It was someone who looked exactly like me. They took Emily somewhere. I don't know how. She was shot. I don't know. It wasn't a gun. It looked weird, and she was shot with some kind of energy. And then she just disappeared. All right.
Bamboy, I
Alright,
can make deductions on what the fuck that was, right?
You can we can as soon as we're done with this role play, and then we can start rolling in, like, if you want to roll for your theories.
Okay.
He would then say, "All right, I guess, Gristal's no stranger to a good magical coup every now and then. I take it you have, like, plans or something?"
That's what we're doing right now. We're trying to figure out what our next
Cool.
move is.
Cool. I'm going to stay here because they're putting up signs of me. So I'm just going to lay low.
That's a good plan.
Very much.
And he just finds a place where he can silently observe and learn from what is going on without having to interrupt too much. He probably grabbed himself a drink too.
Yeah.
Given a moment to ruminate, did Volcan want to try and make some theories as to what could have just happened?
Yeah.
Roll intelligence plus occult.
Hell yeah, brother. Alright, you're about to see some shit.
Some master occult shit.
Yeah.
Fucking
Get him.
young Bruce Wayne in fucking Gotham. That would be Theodore. He'd be young Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, exactly. Alright.
Ooh-wee.
Let's see. What's my difficulty?
For this, it'll be base. You
Okay.
bear direct witness to it.
That's gonna be 7
Okay.
because of expertise.
First, I'd love to hear what you think. If you have any leading theories, I can confirm or deny, or I can just give you what your level of occult would be able to give you.
Well, I do believe it was some sort of teleportation device. Though strange it was. Not the power source was definitely odd. That's all I've got for now. If you wanted to give me more.
The teleportation he used wasn't very similar to spatial manipulations at its high levels, which is the signature power of the outsider. However, he didn't seem to use it. It seemed like it was more a magical artifact, which anybody can use a magical artifact. It doesn't
Yeah.
marked doesn't need to be who uses it. They might not be able to use everything if it requires a focus. However, the weird shapeshifter thing, how he looked like Ambrose, there's one power that can do that. It is what is it, Grim Reaper? It has some prerequisites that you're not entirely familiar about, but you know that some marked have been able to disguise themselves as others. It's known to happen, but like all things with marked, very rarely. However, you know that there's always room for exceptions and new things being found. It could have been a sophisticated magical artifact that caused the visage. It could have been a simple bone charm that's able to mimic one specific power of Grim Reaper. It could have been something otherworldly, like a patron's blessing onto them. But whatever that might be, you are certain that they are in possession of a great deal of magic.
Alright, I would share my theories with the party.
Molly nods. It looked familiar, but the method was very different than, normal powers.
Indeed.
It's a start.
It's new.
Which means, all right. And with what Volcan was able to tell us, this person's either a powerful mark with their own capabilities, or they have amassed a large amount of magical artifacts that have granted them all their powers.
Yes, and new things are being discovered as we speak. So those are the two most leading theories for now.
All right, then. He stands up now that his wounds finally closed. Then I guess right now we're all going to be working together for a while.
Yes. Sometimes I still do regret accepting your invitation, but a favor is a favor.
Well, hopefully once this is all over, you'll get your pay and we'll be able to go back to normal.
Yes, hopefully. So I'm curious as to how you, and he looks to Molly, how you ended up here with us. I know my story, I know his story, but I don't know yours.
Well, more like this guy found me. Apparently, he's been looking for me. I've been traveling my entire life. So, sorry about that. It kind of looks at you.
Nah, don't worry about it. Just had to island hop a couple times.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm a performer. Kind of mainly it for the most part. I would say I have a few powers that are liked among certain people, groups, and I help out, I'm kind. I hang out with some more riffraff people. Just kind of looks away for a bit of jobs, you could say, mainly for pay. Yeah. A little bit of the thrill. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fun. But yeah. And what about you? I don't know. I don't know much about you,
Well,
And, who are you? Yeah, who are you talking to?
Midas.
Gotcha. I'm Volcan Lullion. I am a the ruler of the Tivian underworld. I have many names. You may have heard of one. A few aliases. The Tusk of the Tundra, the Hound of the North, and recently they have been calling me the Gorgon. That is a funny one.
Zagolgon?
Yeah, the Gorgon.
Bamboy, have I heard any of these fucking names? You know,
Maybe
you know,
in
if there's any
Tivia.
stories, any songs. Yeah.
Oh, there's a couple.
In
There's a
Tivia, there
couple
would be.
stories probably. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I visit Tivia before. Interesting. You're him.
In the flesh, and a little bit of stone. I'm reading a banana. Sorry.
So we have a gang leader. That's what I remember. They described you more as. Interesting. Huh. Well, at least I could say I'm glad that you're on our side.
He kind of just nods at that.
Looks over to Ambrose. And how do you became best friends with the Empress, huh?
Kind of like takes a second. Until just a few hours ago, was the royal protector to the Empress herself. Before that, I was an apprentice to Corvo Atano, the previous royal protector.
Never heard of him.
Well,
Huh. Flower boy.
however,
Okay.
before all that, if we are to trust each other, there's no reason to keep many secrets. I was a thief. They called me the Shadow over Dunwall for a time. That's how I managed to get by. It was only through fate that Corvo found me in one of my heists and decided to take me in instead. Ever since that day, I've been training under his guise and to protect Emily. And, well, I'm just going to say it bluntly. Emily is more than just the Empress to me, and I will do whatever it takes to get her back. If it means I have to use you, I will. I'm not going to hide that fact.
I don't like that last part, but aw, that's very cute.
Well,
She
I don't
nods.
believe there's much else to say at this point. At least about myself. Are there any other pressing questions that need answering at the moment? This would be the time to do it.
No, but I should let people know. Well, at least I think you might know. You know, I'm known in certain areas, so there's probably they might hear some talk of a person named the imaginary Jester, which implies the nickname. So fair warning, yeah, thievery. Yeah, I think we're gonna be great friends. She smiles. But no questions. At least not right now.
You all hear another voice enter the chamber, which is familiar to none of you but one. You can see leaning over the clockwork map, kind of admiring it, almost as if like he's been staring at it for a while you're all speaking. He looks up and you can see the outsider, and he looks over at Ambrose and he just says, "I think it's only fair if you could ask a question as well."
He looks over toward the outsider.
And you can see him. Everybody can.
Who recognizes him?
I do.
Once you look at him, you all recognize him. But the voice was not yet explained to you. This is the first time that you're hearing him. other than when you met him in the throne room. The outsider in the flesh, his eyes do not have the same black, like pearl-like solid black to them. They seem pretty normal. He seems like a regular human being, just like you and me, breathing and talking.
Yeah.
He looks over at you, Ambrose, expectingly.
He kind of just stares for a moment, taking in that he just appeared here, and he's not sure what to ask. But truth be told, despite everything, the only thing on his mind, he would go, "Do you know anything about that person? About where Emily could be? I know of your history with her."
He takes a moment to consider. I know that their motivations are based on you. That Emily is not who they seek to ultimately harm, for better or worse, to their agenda. It's you. And so long you're looking, well, live bait is much better than dead bait.
Like bites his tongue.
You'll get them, Ambrose. Many people have a lot of faith in you. I think they made the right decision. Do you?
What do you mean many people? The people in this room?
He nods. And you blink, and he's gone.
Oh, rat bastard.
I'm going to ask
Hey.
him a question.
You want your mouth?
Ambrose definitely is like choked up, like there was something else he wanted to ask, but he knew it wasn't the right time.
There's a big smile just seeing the interaction.
You can see that Dr. Polomew and Theodore are like talking amongst themselves. And Dr. Polomew's like, "Was that what the fuck I just think it was?" It's like, well, yeah. I mean, who else would it be? Like, but how does he? But we have the precautions. I mean, you don't know what he does with the back room.
Huh? Don't say that. Uh-oh. I mean, Ambrose would like look over as that's said out loud.
He looks away as if he realized that he's fucked up and that he didn't think you could hear him.
Would anyone press into what he meant?
The back room?
I thought this was
Yeah,
the back room.
Well, there's that door. I'm assuming that's the door. I'm assuming it's a different door from the door that we just came in through when the apprentice came in, because there was a little latch, right? There was a door closing that we heard, and then that's when we
Mhm.
turned and we saw him.
Yeah.
So Molly very bluntly says that room, and then points at the door. Hidden
Ambrose
door.
is
I
like,
don't know what.
it was it Theodore who said that?
Yeah, Theodore was talking to
Okay.
Polomew like, you don't know what he does with the back room, thinking that Polomew's in the know.
Well, you know, I have to think for a second as he like rubs his eyes. I need to grab something from there anyways. And this isn't exactly going to blow over the night, so it's only fair that everyone is chimed in to what exactly the back room is. As he like stares at Theodore while he says this.
Big smile, guilty smile from Theodore.
All right, come with me. And
Yes,
he'll
sir.
walk to yeah, it'd probably be connected to this room, and he'd walk to one of like the giant file, not like file cabinets, but like the almost like hexacomb like parchment storage type thing, like shelf, if you know what I'm talking about, like what it looks like. And he'd walk over to it, and he'd reach in like one part of it in the middle, and he'd take out a small piece of wood that was loosely placed in there, and then he'd put his signet ring in there and turn it, and the shelf itself would start to open like a door. And
Paul
he'd open
looks
it
very
up.
proud of himself.
He'd open it up all the way, revealing a hidden room behind this part of the wall. And
Fancy.
go ahead.
Volcan was just calling it fancy.
Indeed. Inside, probably lit by candles or a lantern, would be a somewhat small room. Not too small, though, to where it's like a closet, obviously. And walking in, it's filled with like display cases of glass. There's like weird, almost looking like ancient parchment, like maybe maps or things that you can't read, or weird symbols like hung up on the wall. Honestly, Volcan would immediately recognize it with his insane occult. Everything in here has this occultish, magical look and feel to it, almost, as it's different from all the other things. You can probably recognize markings similar to that of the marked, or the language of the mark as well. Just filling this room, and within the glass display cases, maybe some like objects that might give off like some magical signatures, maybe not powerful enough to be an artifact, but just enough to notice. Seems to be some kind of occult study, specifically reserved for this type of, I guess, knowledge.
Interesting.
And I'll let Bamboy
Molly.
explain the feeling of walking into this room, because I don't exactly know what it's like. I just know what the mechanic is.
There's no great feeling. It feels very ominous to be in here. And it has an echo bigger than this place should. It feels very empty, very cold. But there's no like immediate dread or anything.
This is home. This is home when Molly walks in.
Would there be a center shrine piece for the proper
100%.
effect?
There'd definitely be honestly, there'd just be an outsider shrine in here. That'd totally be something he would
Yeah,
like
okay.
have
It would
put in
be
here just because he found it and he'd like realize what it was.
Jagged wood kept together by barbed wire with various coils and blades protruding out from it. This kind of barely held together piece of worship. If handled or inspected, you would find is actually completely solid, having fused together. And there are these ribbons, these purple ribbons with these symbols that like stretch out from where it is placed on board this small pillow. Molly, this is good work. It's good work. You've seen a couple of these before.
Oh yeah. This is beautiful. This is actually really nice. She comes in. She's really liking the vibe of this place. Needs to be bigger though. Like she just like looked over.
Where are the pews? How are we supposed to hold mass in here?
Exactly. It needs to be bigger. It needs a bigger table. The cloth needs to be updated. It's a little old, I'll be honest. You probably took it from an old place, right?
Yes, this was recovered, and I brought it here for further study.
See a little rat symbol.
Yeah. I will say I'm a bit of a expert on this a little bit. So any questions, I could probably help you.
That is good to know. Thank you for offering the help.
She kind of stares at all the like nice things and goes, "No problem."
Ambrose, it's a little bit different for you. Whenever you stand in this room, you always feel like there's a presence with you, right behind you, just out of your line of sight, and you can never get an eye on it And that sounds fucking horrible, right? That sounds like a
Yeah.
horrible, daunting feeling to have all the time. For some reason, for you, it's not, and that's the most confusing part about it. The best you can liken it to is like some kind of guardian, like having faith in whatever is behind you, like the guards you choose to work with, like the you like maybe your apprentice. Go ahead and roll wits plus empathy.
Okay. Wits. Okay. I can't imagine this is mental defense in any way or
No,
form.
no, no, no. You're just putting
Yeah.
something together here.
All right. Let's see my bonuses. Make sure I get this. All right. I have -1. This is wits. Okay. So -1 difficulty and a modifier. 4, 5, 6, and then because of jack of all trades. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It feels
believe.
like your trainer. It was the familiar stalwart feeling that you had when training under Corvo. When he would be directing you, when he would be teaching you, he would always lead. He would always teach you from behind you, just instructing you where to do, where to go, what to do. And you grew a bond as you began to see him as your guardian, your friend, family. You realize that's the feeling. The feeling you haven't felt since he passed so many years ago. Knowing that someone more powerful is there to protect you.
Fuck. Yeah. Ambrose feeling this, piecing it together, and having that deep connection, just stares off to where he feels like the gaze is coming from, and just stares at this sudden, almost wave of nostalgia and comfort that overcomes him as he enters the room. There's nothing there, huh?
You feel the force of something rest a hand on your shoulder. But if you go to look, there's nothing there, and the force disappears.
Nani? He looks.
It's just empty room. It's worth mentioning. Molly, your medium sense is going fucking haywire in here. Your medium sense, I probably should have told you. You probably would have been able to feel this from the outside.
Yeah. Do I physically see things? Is something like
No.
trying to call at me, or is
If
it
something
just
manifested here,
just
it
a lot of
could.
fear?
Well, you with your
Okay.
medium sense, you feel the power of this place. While here, your patrons can manifest if they choose to, and there might be some certain difficulties with different patrons. It's not as clear cut as just like, boom. At least
Yeah.
the outsider is. He just shows up wherever the fuck he wants. It seems like, but anyone else is a little bit more effort.
Yeah. Yeah. They're they're new.
Mine's better.
Anyways,
Bruh.
listen, I'm just saying my God is better than everybody else's. That's all. Nothing too
you're
much.
left with a feeling where maybe you expect words, Ambrose. You're left with a feeling of faith in you. You're given a feeling of people knowing that you are who you need to be. It's the most bizarre thing. It is a foreign feeling, you can tell. You're not so self-absorbed to have these kind of thoughts without a little bit of trepidation, especially after something like this where you kind of fucked up and Emily got away. But this
I
feeling
fucked up.
embeds itself into you. It's a foreign emotion, a communication that can't be understood with words.
Ambrose is new to this whole Mark thing. It's only been
Mhm.
a couple
month.
months.
Yeah.
like a month and a half at most at this point, right?
For sure.
And he's like just finally realized what he can do, probably like in terms of just his powers and abilities that the mark gives
Mhm.
him. But it's probably been a while since he's been in here, simply because he was out looking for everyone. So this feeling is something new. Ambrose would probably try and like focus in because he's not sure how this works, but the feeling just won't go away. He'd probably try and focus and like try and see if there's something to this because he's
Do you
not
want
sure how
to
to do it.
do you want to use your patron background? Is that what you're getting at?
He would try. He definitely would.
Okay. Remind me
If
what it
there's
does, like
something
2
there.
questions or something?
Let's see
There,
here.
you can totally do it.
Patron 5. Create a place of power to facilitate prolonged two-way communication. While in the place of power, anyone can see their spectral visage, and anyone you allow me to ask one question. Also, I will post in world info what the home base does mechanically for everyone.
Fantastic.
Patron 5. You are now a mobile anchor god, and your god is now with you at all times, and once per scene, you can speak with them. The home base makes it so that they can manifest freely and be spoken to without limits here. Only while in this room.
Mhm.
I would imagine, or I
Yeah.
guess if it doesn't matter, I guess the
It
home
goes
base
to
itself.
it goes to your whole base. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
gonna put them in funny rooms. It's
So, like,
it's gonna be good.
If Molly wants to just chill with the outsider, it's technically possible here.
It's totally possible. Yeah. And presumably he's
Switching
here even if he
gears.
doesn't have a form.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He would probably try and activate his patron without maybe not knowing what he's doing, just because he's
You can't get a 2-way communication right now, but you can ask questions if you like. I'll let you use your patron. The 2-way communication
Interesting.
is what just happened that he initiated.
Facilitate. Ambrose would probably, like, as he feels there's something here, he has to ask the question. He has to ask it.
Oh yeah.
It's the only thing on his mind right now. Who are you? What are you? You know, stuff like that.
Let me think. The first thing you get is that same emotion, that same force behind you, teaching you, pushing you forward. Someone who has faith in you, in your strength, that sees the good in you that you don't see yourself. These are just emotions that coil around your heart, and it is so fucking annoying because they're not saying anything. There's no words exchanged. They just seem to be giving you this strange mixture of foreign emotions that is left to your interpretation.
This rat bastard. You can verify what is her arcade place. When you commune in your dream, that's the dream stuff. This doesn't apply here. Okay. He would probably then just respond with, if it's all vague feelings, he would try and use his patron here. He has the only other thing on his mind. He would ask, "What do I do?"
There's almost a sense of brevity, of levity, of almost as if to chuckle for a moment, and there's a certainty that fills you. It's almost as if you know what you need to do, that you've always known. It has always been to protect Emily, and that you are given this strength, this steel of certainty that would mix with your own tenaciousness, that would give you the validation you're looking for to know to push forward.
Okay.
This guy's kind of a bitch, isn't he?
God
He
damn it.
doesn't just talk.
Motherfucker. Why can't you just show yourself? Who does he think he is?
If you wanted to see him, you could manifest the spectral form. It is the upper half, like over the shrine, in this like fog of mist that makes up this kind of like cloak that protects this suit of armor underneath of like impenetrable black metal. You can see adorned at the top is, in no uncertain terms, little man, Corvo's mask.
So he's either a poser, or like somehow Corvo became God. Well, or there's some weird imaging going on here.
You can see as Ambrose has the thought of like, could that be Corvo, and like has that skepticism. It's responded with a certainty, and he just nods.
God damn. Well, I don't
What we
know
see.
what else. That's a good point.
What's on our end?
You can see him when he manifests here. You're not feeling anything.
Oh.
He's just staring. They're just staring at each other because Ambrose is just getting a feeling. It's using his own internal like emotional compass to try and communicate. So he's just staring at it and asking questions periodically. And like Ambrose's expression, I imagine, is changing a lot.
Yeah.
Did I hear any of the conversation of like?
There's no
obviously
words
what ended-
spoken.
No, none at all.
This guy doesn't talk. I mean, you can hear Ambrose what he's
about
asking.
Ambrose? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
he's just
what I was
asking. He's just
asking.
speaking
Yeah.
out loud. Yeah.
I think Molly will go over and just like off to the side, just just says, it's like, come on, hit him with some harder questions,
He's like,
like
For
begging
a
me,
second.
like kind of pushing
Yeah.
forward, like, come on, you got this, buddy.
you
You
definitely
gotta
like
finish real-
jolt him out of some weird trance he found himself in, seeing like Corvo appear in front of him, his dead master.
Yeah.
He's like, he has to like blink a few times and he clears his throat like, yeah. Almost like maybe he was like holding back some emotions there that were
Yeah.
about to be let out because of this moment, and he goes, okay, well, let me think. What should I ask my patron in this moment?
I'll give you one more question before we have to move on the scene.
What would be useful to ask in this scenario? Yeah, he'd probably at this point, he'd like lock in knowing what he must do. And his final question would be, where do I start in order to find Emily?
You're granted
on.
visions, which still aren't words, but this is a little step up.
I can at least it's more clear.
You see big like goggles, dead behind the eyes, very reflective, a kind of plague doctor mask. You recognize the Whalers. You see a man, the behind, like a behind view, like from a rat, eating something on the floor. A man in a desk that is way nicer than the building he's in, writing on the desk seemingly and handing it to another man wrapped in shadow with like a long nose and the same like reflective eyes onto his mask. The nose is on the mask. That shit is important to say. A whaler mask. He hands him a letter, does a quick salute, and the man disappears. Your visions then see what looks like. You hear then as like your visions just disappear, the sounds of the exterior of your bar, the various revelry, the slight music. You hear Fisheye say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. The boss will be out with you right quick." And the visions leave you.
Okay. I see. Ambrose snaps back to reality after seeing the visions. And he turns to look at the others and he goes, all right, we have a starting point. Someone within the bar outside. I think my memory serves me right. Something to do with the Whalers. The attire matched. They may know something that can help us here.
Okay.
Molly nods.
Then everyone dons an identity fit for a socialization. And
Yeah, Ambrose.
before we leave,
Go ahead.
well, actually, no, this isn't a good time to leave. You're not leaving the base yet. You're just gonna go fetch this fucker. So, pardon me. Go on.
Yeah. Right before they leave the room, Ambrose walks over to the back of the room where there's a single like display case, and inside is like a weird clockwork plague doctor mask that was associated with the identity of the Shadow over Dunwall back in the day. And he opens it up and he puts it back on once more before turning back to go out to find out what they must do.
Stepping out back into the lovely establishment. It is proper evening. We're going like 9-10 o'clock, but like this place is still bumping. It is starting to pick up now. They have some music playing. It's pretty good.
Mm.
We could do better, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Fisheye is working fast. He is a proper barman, and he has enlisted the help of a couple young men who don't break things too often to service as assistants. There's occasional like busty waiter moving what comes out of the kitchen, charitably described as food, uh, as it's bar food. It's not too nice, but the nobles seem to love it, and most people here are drinking anyways. You can see
So
among the people on the bar, Ambrose, because you just use your patron, I'll let you see it. Someone with really big like spectacles. Maybe not too big is not the right word, but they're reflective. It's the reflective sheen of like the two circles that catches your eye. They're not in a plague doctor mask like what you saw in your vision, but that just jumps to your attention for some reason. They seem to just be
I
drinking.
see. I see.
should we
would-
go out without mask or with mask? That's the true question to play through here.
You'd go out in your safe identity because there are guards in here. This place is
Okay.
public enough to where every now and then an off-duty officer or just a straight up not Grand Guard, City Watch will roll through.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a public area. That
Mhm.
makes sense.
Yeah, Ambrose would definitely have his mask on.
There's a free table or free seat next to the band if you wanted to take it.
Sure. Ambrose would, unless someone else would want to, of course.
No, this is all you, bud. You're the social build.
And just
Yeah.
checking, just in case, because I know there was that whole patron thing, so I wasn't sure if anyone wanted to jump in here. Then, yeah, Ambrose would find them and then take a seat next to them.
He doesn't seem to react as you take a seat next to him, as he's just looking into his drink and sipping it occasionally. But he does address you. He just says, "Cast quite a shadow there, stranger."
I'm gonna sit behind the guy with my back to him.
Sure thing.
Somewhere at
Real
like table,
table,
not
like-
a booth.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
I
He
think
seems to
Molly's
speak
gonna
in
take-
code. Sorry, go on.
Sorry. I was say I think Molly will sit like probably at the bar, but from across. So she'll
Yep.
keep an eye.
Yeah, sounds good.
Very
The
nice.
stranger, without meeting your eyes, seems to speak in code. Does anyone have anything to help him speak like in Thieves' Cant? Oh, actually,
Um,
I'm a
I have
gangster.
Streetwise and the ex-thief specialty.
yeah, you can immediately recognize how he just addressed you by saying you cast a mighty big shadow, stranger.
Alrighty. Well, I guess I can make an educated guess he's referring to the alternate
That's
identity. How would I start this off if he's speaking in code? Well, little man doesn't know code, so I'm just going to pretend that anything I say is in equivalent code.
Yeah,
Sure.
fair.
You wanted to see me?
He would say, found something in the guts of the whales, brought ashore.
Might be referring
Does it
to the
mean?
whalers. What are you saying? Ambrose would probably say something like, "Is that so? I'm more than fascinated about what exactly was found within the guts of the whales. If you wouldn't mind telling me this story."
Happy to, but I'm terrible at it. There's a songwriter named the Jester. Friends. Old. Do you know more?
I see.
He goes to drink his drink.
From behind the mask, his eyes glance over to Jester.
She orders some ale, something.
Right quick. Fisheye is bouncing all over the place with all the energy necessary to be a bartender. He gets you your drink very quickly.
Ah, right
There you
on.
go, love.
All right.
Gives him a wink
Well
and then just takes a sip.
You think he's always winking at you with his glass eye bobbling around.
Yeah.
Volcan. Yeah, Volcan probably took a drink off somebody else's table without them noticing.
Hey, that's mine.
And without
Nuh-uh.
no,
It's mine now.
No.
Sure, yeah, you can take it without them noticing. Where did my drink go?
Ambrose would say, "Understood. Enjoy your drink." And he would begin moving over towards Jester, who apparently knows more about these whalers.
He slams the glass down, and he looks at you with like a sternness, and he just says, "Actually, little man, this might be not befitting of your character. You misinterpreted the code. Would you like to roll to see if Ambrose could interpret it better?"
Sure. What would that roll be? Wits?
Wits plus streetwise. I'll allow perception plus streetwise.
Okay. Would X Thief come in?
Yeah, big time.
Already?
You got
So
this.
that one's success, that one eats that. So 1, 2. I think that's 6, if I'm counting that right.
Okay.
1,
He's
2, 3. Yeah, 6.
fantastic. That's enough. He's name dropping Jester, to prove that he knows more about the you, and that he's known by her. Otherwise, he wouldn't so confidently say so in front of everyone here. Jester, when he mentions you, do you get a good look at him?
I take a good look at the person who he's speaking with.
Kind of lean forward across the bar to get a really good look at him.
Do a little stretch, yeah, see who he is.
Oh, think you recognize this man? This is one of your contacts you meet in Crystal every now and then, like a couple times a year. When you need some money and you're willing to do what it takes. This is fuck, you forget his actual name. It's all silly, but you remember his code name, Skipper.
Skipper?
He's a
Yeah,
whaler.
okay, that's what I thought. Skipper. Yeah.
He's a whaler.
Skipper. No, I remember. There is a definitely eye perk seeing the figure, and then she drinks her drink real quick and just tries to calm down. It's, oh wow, he's here too. Oh wait, he's the oh, like, oh, okay,
And
and
little
then she
man,
like nods.
Yes?
what you realize is that he wants to go into your base and talk amongst everybody here.
I'm not letting him in. Fucking crazy.
He at least wants to go somewhere where you can talk more openly, is what he seems to be
Okay.
getting at.
Going to the dark alley.
Ambrose would look at him, realizing what he's trying to get at here. This is our best lead. He goes, "You know what? Why don't I prepare ourselves a VIP room for the night? I feel like we've earned it."
After my day, yeah, I think I would.
All right then. And he would go over the fisheye and whisper to him to prepare a private room for us to meet in.
He gives you an okay hand as he's doing his work.
Nice.
And it is prepared for you. In a matter of moments, you are seen to it. and there is some accommodants prepared for you. There's like a bed. It would be a hotel room, so there would be probably like a bottle of wine and a little basket with some like goodies. It was recently cleaned. It's well perfumed. It's very nice. Uh, Silks and ribbons. It has very big windows, but it has very blocking shades and drapes. And as you walk in, he'd be there, totally looking amongst the food. And it seems as if he just takes something out and puts it into his pocket, like very obviously in front of you. It seems to be some package of food. Or it wouldn't even be packaged. It would be like a biscuit.
Bread.
It would just be bread. He just pocketed some bread.
Yeah.
Good for him. Good for him, I guess. Enjoy.
Oh yeah, no one's gonna say shit. No one's gonna say shit.
Hey, hello. Name's Skipper.
Hey.
He like welcomes you all, like nods at you. Jester, been too long. I heard you were
It's
back in
been
town.
way too long. Oh yeah. Big party. Big party. I had it here.
Always find yourself wrapped up in trouble, don't you?
I think it finds me first. I think
We gotta stop meeting like this.
we really should. So over to everybody. So yeah, I didn't recognize him at first, but yeah, I know him. Smiles at everybody like she's innocent.
I'm usually in a
That's
mask,
improvement.
but that's just not polite for such society.
Is that a fucking dig at fucking Ambrose?
It could be.
Well, you two already have some history, so this will make things easier. I'll let you take the stage, Jester.
Oh no, actually, explicit orders. I have to hand you this. You're the shadow, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Once,
Yeah, we hear
long time
stories.
ago.
Long time ago, before I was in the operation. Got to pay your respects to the veterans. And he looks over at you, and he looks over at Volcan. You are a scary man, and I hear you run a tight ship up in Tivia.
Kind of narrows his eyes at that, like knowing exactly what he means. Yeah, that he knows about the ship. Yeah.
Anyway, he pulls out from his jacket what seems to be a closed envelope, and he hands it to Ambrose. It reads as follow. It's in your DMs.
Let me see.
Oh,
Like
I thought you were literally. I thought it literally, like the letter literally said, "Check your DMs."
Yeah.
No.
Pulls out his smartphone.
Oh yeah. 1 sec. I
He
get
would
that.
discreetly read the note to himself.
What's up, G? We got some news for you. It's full of Riz.
oh,
Is this?
It's up to you if you want to read it out.
That's who I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't need to roll to know that moniker.
Who? It's in the. Yeah, okay. All right. He would, after finish reading it, slide the paper back in like the envelope, and he looked at everyone. Well, seems like an old friend has reached out to us. They might have similar wants and needs that we have right now, to say the least. And he'd like slide the note on the table towards the other two to read for themselves.
I will post it in no mic,
Alright.
or I can just speak it out loud. That'd actually probably be better for the bot. I'll put it in dice rolls because I'm too lazy to go to another one. It says, Shadow old friend, I hope this letter finds you alive and free of captivity. Regardless of the latter, I must insist we meet on unoccupied grounds, my grounds. I expect you at my primary hideout in the flooded district tonight I'm afraid our dearest Empress may not have any more time to spare. Signed, Ghost. You all recognize Ghost as the shorthand for the moniker Ghost of Dunwall, the most pervasive criminal overlord or underlord known to the Isle of Gristal. He is very much to Gristal what Midas is to Tivia.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
And he's the leader of the Whalers.
Mm-hmm. What an interesting turn of events. Yeah.
I
I
can't
agree.
Sounds like we got
possibly have brought the most interesting twist of the night. You can hear Skipper say.
He seems
I
awfully
won't say it's
well
the
informed.
most, but very interesting. Sounds like we got another party to go to.
Indeed. Seems like this is our best lead we have.
That appears to be the case.
Then I will leave you to it, and if you don't mind, I'm gonna enjoy this room.
Should try the L. Really good.
Oh, I think I'll have to.
I look to the other two. Then, I suggest we go make preparations, and then we head out as soon as possible.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan.
The fucking camera
Film me a
twist
pair.
him. Da-da-da. We fucking it
Yeah.
zooms back out, and you are with Polomew. Polomew has set up a small rack of different objects that he has brought with him out of like his big ass suitcase. And he's presented them all, and he explains. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy to give you some equipment. It's just, these things cost money, and if I want to keep financing our guerrilla operation, I guess, then I'm gonna need funds. So if you guys have money, I can give you what I have. Welcome to the first shop, Polymew's Arsenal.
Oh, awesome.
My God.
Next time, don't scream that, okay?
Yeah, no promises.
Molly like pats her sides. I think I left my wallet back at the castle or back at the tower. Mm, no, I don't think I'd be able to get anything this time
Damn.
Yeah, I
around.
figured I'd be funding this.
There you go. There are the various options for the Polymew's Arsenal. You got the Dark Light Elixir, gives you dark vision. The Stinger Dart causes enemies to flee and forget. The Surplus Grenades, you just get the frag grenades for the mission. Health Elixirs, and there's Polymew's health Elixir and Sokolov's Health Elixir, which do two different things. You can also buy the Prototype Hunter's Mask, which gives you the hunting mask for the rest of the mission. Littleman, your previous wounds did not heal. They're treated, they didn't heal.
Okay.
Let me check the thing real quick. Just what the mask does. Just what the hunter's mask does. Let's see.
Also, Littleman, your thing gives potions, doesn't it? Your
Yes.
Your home base?
The world info. I've posted all the effects of the home base. It has a potion stash. At the start of missions, we each get to choose one magical medicine.
Okay. So you
And
can basically
also,
choose
don't forget the occult study,
the occult study.
which increases our maximum focus.
Fuck. Okay, so everybody gets +2 maximum focus.
Oh yeah, brother.
Jesus Christ, I forgot about that. You can
Yeah,
also
for real?
take. Yeah, that's just the home base gives you +2 maximum focus when you start a mission from here.
Goddamn.
Yeah, I know, right? You can take a magical medicine, which you can go look at the list, and there's like a couple options. You can take one from what's given in the shop, or you can take one that's not given in the shop. The two big ones are the health elixir and the spiritual remedy, which is focus and health.
Hmm.
So who wants what?
First
So
things
I'm just
first,
looking.
I'm gonna grab a spiritual remedy using my 1 dot of emergency stash background,
Good idea.
and then with my home base, heals are over a scene which cannot be in combat. Might be worth taking that.
Do I need the inventory space open for these things?
No. If you're buying prototype or surplus, they do not need equipment slot. That's the beauty of them. You can have things over your equipment slot.
Okay.
Darklight elixir.
The other information's on a doc, isn't it? Is it a doc?
Okay.
It's a system document, yeah.
Yeah.
With my home base, I think I'm going to take the tactical Polymuse Wellness Tonic for the aggravated heal, since I have 2 aggravated damage, I believe it was, right? Yeah.
Was it aggravated? I thought I did lethal to you.
You might have did lethal. I think you said
Oh, I shot you.
with the with the
I said
gun.
lethal.
Yeah, that did lethal.
Yeah.
I soaked the aggravated.
And then the other one, yeah, you soaked the aggravated.
Okay. Polymuse Wellness is more, but it takes a scene, which means it can't be used over combat.
I can buy the spiritual remedy, right?
If it's in the shop.
Oh, okay. At this shop, gotcha.
I'll take a Sokolov health elixir with my home base and use it to top myself off for the mission. To
Okay.
heal the 2 I took. I'm gonna need it if I'm gonna be on the front
Delicious.
line. And might as well, I'll also drink the spiritual to top off my focus as well. So I'm fully prepared for the mission to come with whatever needs to happen.
Good idea. How about you, Volcan?
Let's go with the. I guess we'll go with the Sokolov's health elixir.
How many do you want?
How many you got?
2.
That's how many? How much does that cost?
Each one costs 2, so in total it's 4.
Okay, I've got. I've got 11 charges of resource. How long does it take for the resources to recharge?
Every
Again?
mission.
Okay. Yeah. That's easy buy. I'll buy both of them.
Okay. The Sokolov's health elixir are bought out. Anything else?
I think that's good for me.
Could I get the dark light, friendo? I do not have dark vision, and if Bamboy
You'd
does
have to give him
use
the money.
dark vision, yeah, you'd have to pay for me because I don't have any resources. But with the dark light elixir, I could mitigate dark vision, like not having it, if it would handicap me too much in a scene.
Does your mask not have dark vision?
No. Unlike you, I did not have a dark vision choice to fit what I needed, unfortunately.
Fair enough, brother.
Just to recap, where are we heading directly right now? It's
Flooded
to the
district.
Whalers, right?
Yeah, the
District.
Whaler
Ooh,
hideout in the
flooded.
flooded district.
We gotta meet the ghost of Dunwall.
Dangerous place, known for its hostile inhabitants and disease-ridden people. It is an exclusion zone, a quarantine zone, abandoned by the greater Dunwall city.
Mm. If I get the Dark Light Elixir, that leaves me with 4 charges.
All right. I think I'm going to take the darts because I think that's the best bet in this situation.
Yep.
Am I able
Liz,
to
you
take
have
the darts?
resources.
Do I have to take? Do I have to take the dart? Or is it has to be a potion? Am I allowed to take?
From out of the from for free from the home base, it has to be a
Potion
magical
chat?
medicine. So it must be a
Oh,
potion.
okay. Never mind. Oh,
If
never
you
mind
want
then.
to riz up Volcan, he might be able to sugar daddy you and give you the dart.
And you know what? Real quick, Ambrose is gonna work his magic on Paul of you and try and be like, "Listen, we're all in this
Ah,
together."
I was wondering when you would fucking yeah, okay.
It
Hit
was
me with
it was Paul
hit
and
me
you,
with-
so it slipped my mind because we
Perfect.
were like friends, but then I'm like,
you would think he'd give you
Come
the
on,
best
buddy.
deal, but no, there's always a better one. All right, hit me with it, little man. Just roll like
You want me to-
I need your role play too.
okay. Ambrose, as like Paul and me pulls it out and he starts saying how much things cost, and knowing that, he was kicked out of the palace, he doesn't have any fucking money. Volcan's the only one who's like has wads of like coins in his pockets, ready to whip them out whenever. And so he, knowing the least he can do for Volcan, just try and convince Ptolemy, let's be a little cheaper here. And so he goes up to Ptolemy and he's like, all right, listen, Ptolemy, I understand that you need money to continue providing us with these things, and I'm not going to ask you to give us anything for free. However, we just escaped from the palace not too long ago, and this is our only lead to find Emily. At least for now. Would it be anywhere possible to at least reduce the price a little bit? We're working with scraps right now. Come on, we're friends, right?
Roll.
All right. Expression.
Friends, right?
I can't wait for you to say we're working with scraps every single time you need to fucking Rizzler a merchant.
Um,
I mean, it's only
that's gonna
11
be
charges.
Yeah.
10 dice. My modifiers kicked in. Difficulty 4. 2, 3,
Nice.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 successes.
You'll get 5 free resource charges worth of leeway.
Hey,
All right.
oh,
I'll
yeah.
use 3 of them for the elixir, and then the other 2 can go towards anything else. So that way, Volcan doesn't have to pay anything for the elixir.
Yep.
Of Dark Sight, obviously.
Yeah.
Get the elixir.
And I guess the last 2 can go towards Lizz's stinger darts, right?
Sure could.
Sure.
Okay, you get the stinger dart, cause an enemy to flee and forget whatever happened in the scene. This can be used to mitigate stealth failure once. It's a one-time use item. It does not have an
Yeah.
expiration, so you can just hold on to it if you want.
Fuck yes.
And it can mitigate
So-
alarm being raised in some circumstances.
Ooh. Okay.
Go on
Right.
5.
How often can I switch out my masks?
So long you're not in like a mission. Like I guess like right now. Like so long you're at the home base.
Oh. Fuck.
So I guess before missions.
You can carry multiple masks if you want, but they take equipment slots.
Oh, I get you.
If you have 2 masks on mission, you
no,
can
I mean
switch them.
like with the prototype mask, right?
Yeah, you could carry both of them.
So- Right. And like, could I like switch out in mission, or do I have to switch
you
out
could.
before mission?
You could
I
switch
could?
out. So long you're carrying both of them. Yeah, you could. You could switch them around.
And I don't need an equipment slot for the prototype one.
Correct. That's the beauty of the shop items.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna spend another 2 for the prototype hunter's mask because I have a feeling I'm gonna need that filtered if we're going into a diseased place.
Fantastic. Anything else?
No, I'm good.
I think we're cruising. The party
Alrighty.
will set out. The brigade, the marked brigade, on their first operation, will set out into the Dunwall streets. I'm curious if you're taking street level or if you're going by rooftop.
I mean, roof
Ooh.
if possible, obviously.
I thought
Yeah.
so. You can
Before
all
people-
go by roof,
yeah.
no problem. You're all well familiarized with different means of movement. You might see because you can use your power once per scene. You can use your power to get around every now and then. You can't spam it, but you can like jump, teleport. We see Molly in her really long teleportation as she goes a couple different spans a couple different roofs, and then by the end of it, where she ends up, she can just see the outsider standing there, as if like the wind that she generated by teleporting like blows over him, and he's just like clapping. Uh, and he just says while the others are catching up, "Interesting group of fellows, don't you think?"
Oh, it's definitely a whole new band of players, that's for sure.
Did you think
Um,
I was proper mysterious when it came with Ambrose? I had to keep up a mystique, you know.
oh, you did wonderful.
Thank you.
It definitely, I could tell they got chills all over their bodies, the goosebumps
Ah,
everywhere.
too kind, too kind. Up, they're catching up now. Got a blast.
She does like a
Got a
quick like
blast.
wave. Got a
uh,
blast.
he walks around. It seems to be some kind of like antenna, and the antenna is maybe like an inch wide. But as he walks behind it, he just disappears behind it.
Yeah, wonderful.
Radical.
Yeah,
And he continued
I do.
making waves. Hmm?
I was like Molly definitely would do like extra flips as she's like running along the the fucking rooftops. Does not needed at all, but she still does it.
It's a good run. Dunwall out of all
Yeah,
the
it's a good
cities
run.
has a wonderful rooftop run because it's so fucking tightly packed.
It's beautiful, beautiful night, you know.
Oh yeah, especially with that big ass moon in the sky, which is like this haunting,
Yeah,
like Majora's Mask, like impending doom beauty to it.
yeah, it's beautiful, but it's still
Yeah,
a little fucking weird.
we see the silhouettes of our marked as they're moving across the rooftops. We see as Ambrose jumps off a roof to like throw out some extension of his arm to grab onto a ledge that seems like swing him almost like a grappling hook. Where we also see Volcan jump the distances, maintaining an extreme speed in broad dexterity, all lit in front of the massive pale moon that has made every night since it showed up very bright, with much more magnitude than any full moon ever could have. It is very much like a moon tower almost. Eventually,
Beautiful.
you make the neighborhoods. You span the distance. You get to the exclusion wall, a massive street that has just been blocked off to make room between the quarantine zone of the flooded district and polite society. And standing on it, you can see it is a sheer drop off between like maintained normal suburbia and fucked up ruin apocalypse jungle. There is a great deal of greenery and plant life that grows over the sinking in buildings that are caving into the streets, all twisted and bent and toppled over. Uh, some of them not even able to stand upright, uh, broken 3 times over. It's quite the urban jungle. You're going to have to make way through it.
Indeed.
This is going to be a different kind of encounter. You're basically going to have to path your way through by rolling either streetwise or survival. Uh, Let me double check what I have here. Yeah, you can roll intelligence, wits, or perception, plus survival to discern a safe path. You need a certain number of successes to be able to find a safe path through and not find any other encounter. Who wants to lead?
Well, if it's only survival, I'm not the man for the job.
I got pretty good
I
survival.
got survival.
Liz, what's yours at?
I got streetwise, so if you
Mine's
guys need me
3.
for that, let me know. Also, real quick, as we get to this
Sounds
point and we all like take a stop, Ambrose as we're like looking forward, Ambrose would look back and be like, before we continue forward, I need to ask, if things were to get bad and go down, which one of you could take a hit better?
Ah, that's a good question. I think, uh, you know, out of 100, I think my life health is definitely at 11. I don't know about you, um, Midas. 5.
That is hard to consider. Um, I've got like 9 total HP.
Okay, so it's me.
Yeah, yeah.
Ambrose,
Yeah,
what's
especially
your life like? If you gave it a number, you know.
It's not. If it wasn't already obvious, I am stricken with something. You probably could see it in my skin and bones. So, I know for a fact if I were to get hit, I would be the least likely to handle it. I'm confident in my dexterity, though. But I need to know which one of you, just in case. We need to take all precautions possible, especially with who we're dealing with. I just need to know which one of you, well, is more likely to die if they get stabbed, I guess is what I'm asking.
Liz, what's your
Oh,
soak roll?
then not me. What's my soak? Pretty damn good,
Yeah.
I would say that much. It's
I've got
so-so.
I've got 7 dice for it.
Soak?
Soak.
Oh, you have
Yeah.
yeah, you have more than me, actually. I got
Okay.
some things that help me with soak, or how actually no, wrong. It helps me with dodge.
it does both. When you do spectral dodge, it gives you better dodge, and even if you're hit after that, you get like better soak because you're still a
That's
ghost.
good.
Yeah, gives you like a damage reduction even if you get hit.
Yeah. Um, I think I could handle myself pretty well in a fight, compared to most.
That is good. Uh, for this next part, I suggest you let me lead the way. I've
All right,
got
then.
yeah, I've got a navigation specialty in survival.
All right, a real quick
Oh,
Volcan.
okay, cool.
Let me see. Does Volcan wear gloves? Would he wear gloves? Would he
Yes.
be that kind of guy?
Yeah.
Let me see your hand. And yeah,
Okay.
he would grab your hand, and I will give him one of my wards from the
Okay.
Undying Soul. As you see on the back of your glove, the symbol of oath appear. While you can expend the ward to give you +3 automatic successes to a soak roll you make. Once you use it, it's gone. But
Fair enough.
and
That
Ambrose
is
puts
good
one
to
on his
know.
mask and his and his armor because he needs both.
Good idea.
Bro. All right.
Go
Bamboy,
ahead
do you
and
want me to
roll.
roll?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a survival. Any mental stat will do. And Molly, if you want to help him, you can.
I'll be
How can I
going.
do so?
Yeah.
How can I help?
You asking me or
Uh,
Bam?
Uh, both at this point.
Whatever attribute
What?
he's using, you can add your attribute to the roll as dice. So what are you
Oh,
rolling for fun?
help. Yes, yes,
Liz,
I could do the help action.
do you have better intelligence or wits? They're equal for me, but I have 0. I have like no perception.
I have better wits.
Okay, it's gonna be wits plus survival.
Wits plus survival.
How much
Trying to
wits you
think
got,
fast.
Liz?
And
Wits, I got 4.
Okay.
and while they're navigating us, Ambrose is just keeping a keen eye out too, in case any dangers try and lurk up while he's doing this. That's
They're
how he'll
absolutely
help.
dangers, Ambrose. So they're absolutely dangers. Someone needs to take point on stealth.
That's 8
Uh,
survival.
Maybe
As
me.
they're focused on finding the path, would you like to try and
Mind.
stealth for the team?
I can. I'll activate. In that case, if I'm gonna stealth, I'll activate the 2nd level Abyss Veil power. Spending a focus, Ambrose, while you guys are navigating, his body becomes engulfed in this black smoke or inky substance, and then his body almost looks like it slightly begins to transform into that, blending him into the shadows incredibly well. he also seems to maybe shrink in size slightly, and he's able to now climb up walls and shit, like Spider-Man. As I basically just Emily's power from the second game, the Shadow form.
Yeah, the Shadow
Yeah.
Slink.
But that's what
pretty
I'll do,
cool.
and now give me a modifier to my stealth to help out here.
Sure thing.
Would Shadow Lurker come into play here?
Yeah, you do this at night, going between a lot of tall shadows. You're basically going to be killing any threat that you can, and like informing them where not to go by going a little bit ahead to help them maintain stealth. And the kind of threats we're talking here,
modifier.
river crests are on the rise. They're the most vile, disgusting creature. I hate them with all my being. They shoot acid globs at you like big fat loogies that can and will kill you. They are damn near impenetrable to normal ballistic fire and require explosives or precision to kill. They live along the reef beds, or not the reef beds. They're like the rivers that are made from the houses and the buildings that kind of like funnel the water around here, right on the line. They are not. They're somewhere between a plant and animal because they move a lot. They open up and like spit at you, and they have like weird internal organ things, but they grow like plants. Think of them like a weird fucked up barnacle.
What are they called?
Alrighty.
Yeah, what
Sea
are
crust.
they called? Sea crust.
Indeed.
Aw, they're crusty boys down there.
They're crusty. They suck.
No.
And just
They cannot be
reference, I can
incapacitated
fit-
without making a lot of sound.
Yeah, I can fit currently while Abyss Veil is activated. I can fit in spaces a third of my size, since I have
Fantastic. You
the
can go.
Abyssal Grasp.
Oh, there are a lot of those spaces. You find many rat holes and ways to slink
Yeah.
around through that.
Boom. Oh, that's a good ass stealth. The +2 mod is from the Abyss Veil itself. That's what it does. It gives
yeah.
you a stealth mod. Or I have difficulty 5 because I only have one specialty applying to this. Oh, holy shit! Wait, what? 4. 15 stealth. With
Wow,
the
okay.
cover of darkness and the veil of the void itself, its inky primordial soup, granting me enhanced hiding capabilities. He is a shadow, as he dons his moniker, Shadow over Dunwall.
What's your perception plus investigation?
Oh,
Ooh,
there they are.
Yeah, that's
River
good.
crust.
Let me. 1 second. Sorry, putting groceries away. Let me just get that for you.
Ew.
Do you want me to roll it, or do you just want to
No,
know
just
how
tell
much
me what it is.
I have? So perception plus investigation would be, I think, 11 d10.
Oh, okay.
I have acute senses for sight, and my mask has the scoped property, which gives me a +1 modifier to perception rolls using sight as well.
I'll go ahead
I'm
and
really
take half.
good with sight.
You're going to notice something. You don't need to roll. Let's say so basically I'll take half, and which would still be like 6 successes, which is more than enough. You find along the way what seems to be a forgotten outsider shrine that is inside a building pretty up high. It's a room up on like the 4th story of a building that's like really looking like it wants to tip over. Like you were surprised it is still upright. The room itself is filled full of what seems to be like this noxious spore gas. And you haven't been able to go into it because of that, but you did find it. And as you're like, you can't see quite what's in it, but to add even more detail onto this, Molly, you feel a bone charm nearby.
Ooh.
Which
Ooh.
direction?
Ooh.
Which
Right.
way? Do I see Ambrose near it? I assume.
No one sees Ambrose, but you do know where to
fair
go,
enough.
and you can navigate towards that direction.
Ambrose definitely, not knowing Molly
Okay.
already knows, he definitely like slinks behind them and like speaks from the cover of darkness like, I spotted, I think, a shrine to the outsider. They're still within these lands. We haven't gotten rid of them all.
I
One second. Yes, I thought it'd
can
be
never
good to
get
know.
rid of them all.
Exactly. My master told me that he gained power from them. I thought I might mention it just in case. What do you want to do about this?
I'll definitely go take a look. But I think Midas needs me at the moment.
You can
Is what we're
navigate
doing,
around to get there. You can like, string it along the path you're finding.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got
Um,
8 nav, by the way.
Yeah, that's enough. You both succeeded in
Yeah.
both stealth
Oh.
and navigation, so you're not going to be bothered. You
Oh,
guys are
Alright.
real fucking badasses. The flooded district is fairly it's a dangerous place, but you guys are familiar with dangerous places.
Right on.
So
Well,
you're just out.
in that
You
case,
basically your access is a window that is broken. The corridor leading this place is smashed in. This building is partially collapsed and inward on itself, and it's looks like it could fall over at any moment. You're all
mm,
standing outside of it. What do you want to do?
so it's in there, right? He
Yeah,
definitely
you can
knows that
feel it.
it's in there.
It's definitely in there.
Yeah.
Specifically, like you're looking, like you can't see it, but you're looking at it dead on. Maybe it's on the floor.
In the
Maybe they hid it
floor.
in the
Interesting.
floorboard.
Okay. Yeah, like it's like okay, it's up on the second floor, but kind of like mid
Hmm.
floor. Is it in the floor? It might be
Yeah,
in the
it's
floor.
got to be in that
Mm.
floor, like underneath the
Okay.
I
floorboard.
see.
Mm, mm, mm,
Before
mm, mm.
before we make a decision, I did notice. I think there were some noxious fumes coming from that place.
Uh-oh. All
Oh
right.
yeah, big time.
It has to be a quick grab, even though it might involve pulling some wood. Ooh. It looks over to Midas. Midas, how well are you with fumes? Do you
You
think you
know,
could hold the
I
breath
did just get
for
this. He holds out the hunter's mask,
It is a
and in a
whaler mask, genuine.
nice. In a swift motion, without revealing his actual face, he switches out it's like a magic trick. He switches out his old mask for the hunter's mask.
she does a
Hmm.
little clap as you do the little the little trick and
Thank
then
you.
Yeah.
goes, do you think you could accompany me? I
Of
think I
course.
need some muscles.
Yes. I
All right.
must admit
You
my
think
constitution is not as powerful as others due to my ailments. It might be best if I stay back for this one, unless you need me for
Yeah.
something.
You should
Um
keep a lookout just in case.
yeah.
All right, I'll make
If you
sure no
hear
one
us
that's smart?
stumbles
screaming,
wrong.
dying in agony, that's when you'll come in.
I'll keep an ear out in case there's screaming, dying, or agony coming from the building.
Molly, this is
Perfect.
one.
Perfect.
If you go in there,
Yeah.
you think you're going to have some bad times, unless you have some way to protect your breath. It's probably not going to be. There's probably some sickness that's going to creep in you. It's probably curable and treatable, and it might even be really benign. But you're going to breathe some. You're going to breathe some fungus in if you don't go in there with the filtered property. Unless you have the filtered property on your mask, and I'm just stupid.
I do. So
Oh, you're
no,
fine.
just kidding.
Okay, anybody? Oh,
Just kidding. Just kidding. But yeah.
okay.
Hold your ass, get fucking pranked.
I would have believed it.
Yeah, I have the filtered one and then I have the scope one with it. It's the
Fantastic.
utility
Utility,
half
yeah.
mask.
Then anybody with filtered, no problem going in here. Otherwise, you'd find out. Looking around, you
Wonderful.
see there
Mhm.
is what looks to be a skeleton, just a little bit out of view of where you're able to look in from the window. It is horribly, it's completely devoured. It is like there is very little left. Its
The fuck ate
bones,
him.
see, probably rats. Uh,
Ah,
he seems to be
my
holding
bad.
on to a book, a big tome that for some reason isn't bitten into. Uh, that barely matters because there's a bone charm in the floor, and you see like the board that looks like it could move.
She starts walking around and then it's like she's honed in to where it's at, but she's walking around just to like make sure that it's like, yeah, it's right here. Can you pull this one out?
I'm gonna use Kraken's grasp to do it because it turns
Of
my
course.
intelligence. Because technically it doesn't say it does, but it technically turns my intelligence into strength. So
Sure thing. One of the Kraken's tentacles animates from your staff and whips out, grabs the plank and rips it off and throws it to the side where it shatters. Underneath,
wow.
you see a little bone charm. It seems to be like a single notch bone charm. Level 1, it looks like. It also there's
Hmm.
this strange whispering emanating from it.
I love a good story. And then she takes it.
Pick it up.
Uh,
You can innately know what it does. I'm not. There's no fucking identifying this game. This bone charm is whispers. You can hear the faint whispers of the recently departed within an area. Also, once per scene, you
mm.
can ask a spirit of a recently killed creature one question.
Mm.
Hey,
Nice.
what a good how convenient. You could
Now,
talk to the dead. Interesting. I wonder who could do that.
I
So
do
the-
think
All
we
right.
need to spend a night to equip bone charms. Is that correct?
I
Sadly,
don't
I
know.
think so.
Sure, let's go with that.
You
That's what it says on
does
the
it?
document.
Okay, cool.
I believe if
Gone.
you have charm craft though, there's like they get an ability to just equip them whenever.
Mm.
All right then. You'll have this for the next mission.
Mm.
Damn.
Damn, we
I
could
was
have talked to
hoping
this dude.
I was hoping we could ask him what's up with the book.
He is too
We
far
could
gone.
take the book. We
You
could
can
take
totally take the book.
yeah. Yeah,
Well,
we could
yeah,
take
he's
the
dead,
we
isn't
could-
he?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
doesn't do anything to stop you. You take the book, Volcan. You
No,
see
I
inside.
was saying, yeah, he's dead. So we could have used the bone charm to
Well,
ask
no,
him what's
he's
up with
too
the
far
book.
gone. He's
He's not
too
recently
desecrated.
departed.
He's not recently departed.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, it's
This is
recently
yeah, that's the
departed.
key here.
I see. Okay,
But
understandable. Have a good day.
there is more to find in the book. Looking amongst it, you see it is a bunch of fucking nonsense, gibberish bullshit. It seems to be a combination of different languages, some of which is like the weird void
Ooh.
outsider language. It
Ooh.
is unintelligible. If there's any rhyme and reason to this, it would take a true occultist to figure out what the fuck.
Oh, well,
Yeah, we don't have
Oh,
one of those
no.
though,
taking this one.
unfortunately.
I'd
the-
definitely take that too.
I'm definitely gonna read this. Bamboy, would origin apply?
This is not an origin. This is a journal, in fact. So it's mostly deciphering it.
Fair enough.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. There's some
Intelligence
cool
plus
stuff in
occult.
here.
Hell yeah, brother. 14 D10. Flipping ones, man. Flipping
Yeah, that's
ones. 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
Okay, 6 is exactly what I'm looking for. You could decipher it. It is a journal. It is a day-to-day encrypted journal of a mad occultist who thinks he's making headways on research that no one has ever done before. He's wrong. He's did a good job making a genuine shrine. That's about as much as he did. And he at some point came into the possession of some bone charms, which really fucking made him think he was God. Really sparked a fire under his ass. Unfortunately, what ended up happening is he forgot that he forgot or chose not to pay his dues to the whalers, thinking that he is now a magician and above such things.
He forgot that I
Well,
am him.
yeah. The last entry is talking about how the whalers came and stole his bone charms,
Damn.
Mm.
Ah, he
and
got
that
repoed.
specifically he says that he was able to hide one bone charm, which he's very proud of, and that he swears vengeance onto the whaler gang with his combined power of being able to talk to the dead. But he's very remiss to have lost another bone charm that he calls hot-blooded. But
Mm.
he hopes that its cursed nature forever ruins them.
Ah. Oh,
Ooh, there's another one, huh? Has a hidden. It's not here,
Tasty.
is it?
It's not. It
No.
was taken by the whalers, so
Okay,
they're in
yeah,
possession of
All
it.
right. Well, that's their property now. You
And-
can't. Well, I guess you could always steal an item that's stolen, but I can't just take that. But that's pretty cool, though.
yeah. That was
There
awesome.
may be an opportunity to purchase it off of the whalers
Probably.
if you inquire. Now that you know what to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Purchase. Quotation
All
marks.
right. She
or we
takes
could just steal
another
it from
good
them.
look. She takes another good look in this place. Probably nothing else in here. Pretty dusty.
Nothing else. We got like a couple coins. Find a Tivian pear.
Excuse you. I've got a Tivian
Yeah.
pear right here.
I think listen, if Molly sees some coins, she's taking them real quick.
3 coins. They're all one
Oh,
piece
Not even a
coins.
yeah.
resource card.
3 fucking coins richer right here.
And then you continue making
Okay.
way through the flooded district, taking sometimes inconvenient paths, taking a little bit slow, having to maintain stealth. But eventually, you get to the neighborhood you're looking for, which has a very big, which was I think formerly the overseer constabulary. I think it was an overseer structure. It is now the headquarters of the Whalers, which is seen a couple times in the game, but I can't fucking describe it very well. It's a very large, very big with pillars, stone structure that has a massive bust of I think the Abbeyman face, like on the top, that is just horribly fucking ruined, and there's like moss growing all over it, and it has like its horrible like scowl face. There's scaffolding built off of it, which is much more makeshift and recent, you can tell. And most of the water has seemingly been dredged out of this place, though you can never truly get it gone. There's still quite a few boards placed down on top of the water because presumably, when it rains, the water begins to rise, and this place partially floods. You can also see figures, silhouettes, in darkness, begin to stand up and look over at you as if you are acknowledged. You can see the reflective eyes of the Whalers looking at you.
Molly will be in the front and she'll wave at them.
You see someone else waves back.
What the fuck?
Don't worry, you guys. I'm cool with them.
Let's
she'll
hope those
definitely start
connections
walking
stay
forward.
strong. We're gonna need them.
Oh fuck!
Uh,
I'm in a whale mask right now. By the way.
Yeah, no, they know. Don't worry. You hear this strange kind of skid sound, with like a skid mixed with some kind of magical ring, as 2 people teleport to you on either side, in like in a crouched position, and they're wearing the whaler mask. You can see it's impossible to see their identity behind it. They just look like the same person because of the uniform. They say behind the muffled, "You are expected. Please come with us."
Please lead.
They would lead on mundanely, not teleporting or anything, and they lead you into the building. Quite a few others get eyes on you. You count maybe like a dozen as you're moving through. But you just think those are the ones you can see. There's a couple of like barracks as you move through, a training center with like some dummies. There's like a big room full of loot that's definitely locked, that you're not led next to, but you can see where it is. There's a courtyard in the middle of this building. It's 2 stories tall. It has a lot of like office space to it with like desks that are being recycled or like stacked up or pushed out of the way or used for something. It has a lot of bookshelves to it. It was a governmental institution in place at one time, and you are led to the primary office, which for those familiar with the first game, this is fucking Dowd's office. It is on the corner of the building, and it has its own kind of scaffold entryway, but you're led through just the building. 2 whalers are leading you, and as you get inside, there are 2 whalers there, and as well as 1 man behind a desk in a chair that is way more nice than the building around him. Let me just double check everything I got here.
Is this still the same scene, by the way?
We're going into a new one here, so you would get your focus back if you spend it. That's what you're after.
Abyssvale is currently down, but
you all recognize the mask of the Ghost of Dunwall. It is a modified whaler mask. He throws his hands up as if to welcome you. Ah, these are the marked I've been told so much about. Welcome!
I was born in the darkness. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Would have been rude to turn down your invitation.
It would have. And it would have been bad to our mutual ally. I brought you here because I'm on the side of the Empire in this matter, if you can believe it. And I'd very much like to ensure that the system goes back to how it should run. And that involves the reinstatement of our fair Empress. So I guess what I'm saying, Ambrose, is I want to prove to you that we can be allies.
That's so. Well,
Hard to believe, I know.
indeed. I guess you can start by telling us why this affects you so negatively.
Chaos has never been good for Dunwall. Everyone suffers under a regime of tyranny. If that is what is going to be established here, I will do everything in my power to stop it. He looks over at Volcan, and he says, Midas, you understand, surely. It is so much better to work with the established government, learn how to play it, than to try and remake a system from the ground up.
Of course, change is bad for business.
He gestures over to him and nods. Great to have you, by the way. I'll have to bust out the Tivian ale soon.
Oh, you have it, dear.
Of course we do. And Molly, be welcome. I hope that you were helpful in easing relations between our great establishment and the Lord Protector himself.
Oh, of course, sir. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so very
You're
much.
done with the place.
Thank you. The rot keeps you humble.
Ah, classic rat. She smiles through the whole thing.
He laughs. He looks back to Ambrose. Then I've toyed with you long enough, Ambrose. Here, I've already have it prepared for you. Everything you may need. He takes out another letter. He takes out a candle and lights it, and just holds it there, like it's on his desk. It's just illuminating it. And he hands you the letter. It is wax. Actually, let me double check. He uses the candle to melt some wax. He's holding some wax above the candle, like a little spoon thing, for 30 seconds. As he's just leaving you there. He seals the letter, and you can see as he reaches up to his ring, he fiddles with it for a moment, like he's scratching the grime off his ring that he wears outside of his glove, which is, just you want to fuck up the ring. And he uses the ring to press down into the stamp. Holds it there for a second,
That's sick.
takes it off, fiddles with his ring again. He hands it to Ambrose.
Ambrose reaches out to take it.
You would notice, Ambrose, with your marvelous awareness, that is your signet in the stamp.
Huh. Is Spy Master outcast? I thought it was the outside. No. Ambrose, he looks at this guy, and he's going to say, just to subtly, without giving it away. I don't know how to do that. I just want to call him out, so you're Spy Master. He'd say something like, it seems we both have a history of work, I guess, with the royal family, as he takes the envelope.
I suppose you could say. Do you open it?
I'll open it. I don't know why I'm the stamp it. I'll open it and read it.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah, no.
we're next to that.
You could see it. That's the weirdest part about it. Why do you just stamp it?
It's maybe he was trying to hint at it, I guess.
He did that just to
He-
show off. Yeah.
Let's see what we're working with here.
It's definitely to show off 100%.
Just keeps you standing there for 30 seconds. Gotta melt my wax, all right?
Oh,
That's how you show them that you're the boss around here by just wasting
Yeah.
fucking their time. Yeah.
I see, Bamboy. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
How do I go about doing that?
Secrets.
Secrets.
Um, Ambrose
You can tell
reads
them out
it.
of character if you want.
Ambrose reads it, and then he grabs the candle that's on his desk. He crumbles up the note, and then begins burning it. But you notice as soon as he like holds the candle, and he's holding the flame up to the paper, immediately as soon as the flame transfers, he almost drops it, almost like it's a response, and it wasn't planned. Like it was a knee-jerk reaction as he quickly drops the note onto the floor as it's burning on the floor.
You can see as the ghost of Dunwall reaches his hand out, and the note goes from where it was flying and about to meet the ground, being on fire, to just into his hand, and he holds it over the candle. It just teleports into his hand.
Hmm.
He takes a second. All right then.
Then we've come to an understanding.
For now, it seems. We can work together. It seems we have similar goals in mind after all.
Then let us speak openly. Some charlatan has taken your guys and used your political authority to create a organized chaos in which they could seemingly kidnap the Empress. And seemingly it succeeded. I have my men scouring the city. It has been but hours, but we are finding leads, and we are putting contacts out in every corner that we can. I assure you, Ambrose, if we hear anything, it will come back to you, post haste. I hope that I can bring you another messenger as soon as tomorrow.
I see. He looks to his allies. Well, if that is the case, then I thank you for your cooperation in this matter.
Oh, fuck, wait, hold on. He reads his notes. I don't have to wait until tomorrow. I can tell you right now. I happen to know that there was a recent sighting of Emily Caldwin. Yes, this came to me from that gentleman over there. And he points at one of the whalers, and the whaler puts like a sheepish wave. Just an hour before you arrived. They were seen at the Overseer Prime Spire, entering it, escorted by overseers, not with anything less than absolute regal respect, but seemingly not stopped. I don't know if this is truly the Empress, but I know it is a lead.
Hmm.
Someone is indeed posing as the Empress, and then they must be related. All right. He takes a piece of paper and hands it to him. Write down everything you have right now.
I'd be pleasured to. He takes out his pen. It's a very nice pen. He does way too much writing for an assassin. He begins writing on the scrolled parchment he has. He'll
Okay,
write
boy.
up what details he can and gives it to you. Yeah, what's up?
What kind of building is this again?
It is it was once like a government office space. Has a lot of desks, a lot of like scrolls, a lot of record keeping, archivist kind of style, like for a governmental nature. I think for the overseers. But it's like big stone tall ceilings. What are you asking for?
I was just, is it like, it's not on like the water, is it? Or near the,
Everything Everything's on the water when you're in the flooded district. It's not near the
Yeah.
ocean. It's not next to an
Okay.
ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. That's all I was curious about, like where the fuck we were.
Fantastic. You're still inland. A little bit. He hands you the scroll, little man.
Okay. I pocket it.
I'm
Now.
no tactician, but I would suggest that you mend yourself and rest before taking that on. If you decide to do it tomorrow evening, I would be happy to send one of my fine whalers with some of our uh, locally sourced manufactured goods.
He like thinks. I think that would be a great help to our mission. I am quite pleased to see your willingness to cooperate. I do have a question, though.
Of
He looks
course.
to his allies. My friends here made me aware of something that you might have knowledge on, and we'll take anything we can get, I guess.
Oh,
I'm sure you know of the charms made from whale bones.
of course. I have some myself.
Indeed, I had reasonable knowledge to assume you did. Now, I do want to ask, would you be willing to part with those?
Mine? Not mine. I'm sorry. I have to keep a small reliquary. You may
Then
ask amongst my lessers. They can be persuaded much easier than mine. I worked
Hmm.
very hard to get mine. They pass theirs around occasionally.
I see. Well, thank you then. And he he like takes a piece of paper, writes something on it, and then slips him it. The next
Ooh.
time you and your boys find yourselves near my fine establishment, just know the drinks are on the house for that night.
Too kind, Shadow, my friend. Too kind.
I'll then turn to the other two and be like, "All right, we have a lead. It's the best one we have. He's given us everything he knows. Now, for the information we found about the charms, perhaps if we ask around the people here, we might find someone willing to part with theirs. It could give us a powerful boon to help us in our missions."
It's true.
Yes.
I have a funny feeling they're probably going to want to trade it for coin.
Pulls out the
Indeed.
3 coins she nabbed earlier.
Looks at the large amount of money that you have. Mm-hmm. I think we could probably get that charm.
Yeah. So you begin asking around. Ambrose and Molly, I mean, you're all pretty social. You can all, in your own ways, gather your information you need. And eventually you do source specifically the bone charm you're looking for. The hot-blooded is... who the fuck owns it? Hold on. If they have a name, even.
Jimmy John.
Their name is Jim. Actually, no, it'd have to be something like... it'd be Fishbone would be their whaler nickname. Their cringe fucking criminal LARP name.
Oh, we do have a guy called Fish
That's funny.
Eye, right?
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
copying.
Yeah, straight up.
He's a copycat.
It's their version of their bartender here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fishbone has it, and he's willing to give it up for 4 resource charges or 2 potions.
I don't have any of that. It's up to you, boys.
2 magical medicines.
What if I offer him counter offer?
Counteroffer.
What if instead of 4 resource charges and 2 potions, instead, why don't I hook him up with a private room in the brothel at my place for a night?
That is pretty
On
tempting.
the
Go ahead
house.
and roll charisma
Ooh.
plus expression.
Nice.
I mean, we've all heard about your place. It is pretty nice. Oh man, for the whole night.
Whole night.
But this
Free of
bone charm
charge.
makes me pretty strong. I mean, it's pretty cool, dude.
You'll find another.
I don't
You're
know,
not
man.
going
I
to come
mean,
across
Really
another
needs it.
opportunity like this, though.
I imagine it's not so good. I
Yeah.
mean, they kind of make fun of me. This was keeping me in the league, you know.
I think that's 8.
But I mean, a whole night. How about like a whole night and
Yeah.
like 2 resource charges?
Hmm.
Just like a little, like a couple shillings, you know.
Hmm. You know what?
99p.
I think we can make that work.
All right, who's the
Volcan.
charges?
Yeah, now you have to convince me. Roll. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I roll for Volcan. Whole night, Volcan. Whole night.
What? Why don't you tell me what it does first?
Oh well, makes you hurt him real bad. You know, it's like whatever you're trying to do. If you're trying to hurt him, you hurt him real good. You're real lethal.
I'm going to need you to specify.
Gives you like +1 damage modifier.
I love it when they talk in fucking game terms.
No side effects, right?
Oh, side effect. Oh, what do you? No, of course not. Yeah, you don't need to lie detector him to know that he's.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you know that it's cursed. The cipher told you it was cursed. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a side effect.
we know it's cursed.
it's cursed.
So surprised!
Don't be a fucking idiot.
I'm not. It's really lethal. It's really good. I got my
Yeah.
first couple kills with it. Yeah,
whatever you say.
but you
So,
know, seal the deal
does
real
he
quick.
does he legit not know what's the problem with it? Or
No, he's just lying. Of course, he knows what the problem is.
that's what I fucking thought. I can do a little bit of intimidation.
Sure, go ahead and roll.
All right. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just 2.
Oh.
Yeah.
With that, you can. He's fishbone. He's not particularly difficult. He's like, well, it probably makes you just think, it's like a law of equivalent exchange. It's like you get a little weaker, right? If you get hit, you get hit harder. But if you hit them hard, you would hit them hard. And then like if they're dead, what do they want to do? Hit back?
Oh my
I see.
god.
What do you think now, Ambrose?
Alright.
Or are you wearing your mask or not, Little?
Mask.
What do you think now, Shadow?
What I think is you're going to be holding on to a cursed. If he's going to be holding on to a cursed object such as that, it's his early grave. But we'd be more than willing to take it off his hands for about a handful of coins. Let you splurge a bit more on your free night over.
No, wait, no. I want the room more than the coins. Like, don't block that off to me, man. Come on, you can't do this to me.
All right then. You get a free night. We get the charm.
All right, yeah. Can I get that in writing?
Sure. I write to him.
Fantastic. He hands you the
Piece of
bow
paper.
charm. He's very hesitant to give it up, but as you give him, he's deciding what matters more, like a whole night at a brothel or whatever perceived social status that he's gained by being decent enough because of this bone charm.
Yeah,
He decides the
like
brothel.
what's better, getting high fives from the bros or getting your dick wet?
Yeah, pretty much. He takes
all
the
know
he
the
takes the
answer.
brothel
He has
clip.
bragging. He has bragging rights now. He has bragging
All
rights.
right.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy
Right.
your it's a pleasure doing business with you. I gotta go and I got places to be. Goodbye.
He is gone for a
Alright.
week straight. He does not appear in daylight.
Seems like we got our hold of another charm.
Fantastic.
Nothing
Fine, you
for our
found
time collection.
both the things.
Nice.
Alrighty. Then let's take these back to our home base and get situated. Get ready for the for the tomorrow. We're gonna have a big day ahead of us.
We are going on for almost 5 hours, by the way.
Yeah, no, we're gonna wrap it up soon. I have a scene in mind. You begin making your way back into polite society, out of the treacherous flooded district. You make it back to the home base, ready to sleep for the rest of the night and be ready for tomorrow's operations. And you hear over the big broadcast system, these big ass like sirens / speakers they have that are all around, the voice of Emily Caldwin.
Fucking knew it.
She says, "Attention, my fair citizens. This is
Already
an
fucked up.
address from your Empress Emily.
Nuh-uh.
The Lord." Fuck off a little bit.
Continue.
The Lord Protector is leading a coup against our country, aided by some of the Empire's worst criminals. Just this night, Lord Protector Ambrose, the gang leader known as Midas, and one Mollymock have made grievous offenses against my life and the Empire. It is your responsibility to inform any city watch that you may know any information you have pertaining to the whereabouts of these most wanted fugitives. You can expect curfews and enhanced security for the foreseeable future. And it ends. And she would talk a lot more gracefully than I did, but I suck. I didn't have this written down.
That was good, man.
Yeah, they dropped my
Those
name.
bastards.
Yeah, name dropped.
Big ass name
Now,
drop.
Ambrose, you don't have to be
Wow.
told. You can tell by how she speaks. That wasn't Emily.
Motherfuckers.
Bro, what a big ass bitch.
And with that revelation, we end the session.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for
Hell
playing,
yeah, brother.
fellas.
God.
That was pop
That's
as fuck. I've been so excited to play this. Those opening scenes, the ending scene, everything in between. Fucking meeting the ghost of Dunwall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys,
That was awesome.
you guys got
I'm recording.
around a horde of weepers in the flooded districts because you rolled so well. That was the main
Nice.
encounter you missed.
Missed,
the
quote
weepers.
unquote.
Thanks,
Well,
guys.
I will end the recording here. Thank you so much for watching Podpack RPGs. Come back next time for episode 2.